This is the regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, called to order at 4:04 p.m. on Wednesday, April 6th. Mr. Young, would you call the roll, please?
On the call the roll, Member Rummel.
Present.
Rummel present. Member Eldon. Eldon absent. Member Wolf.
Present.
Wolf present. Member Copra. Copra absent. Member Pilpil.
Present.
Pilpil present. Member Haynes. Haynes absent. Member Fisher.
Present.
Fisher present. Member Hensey.
Present.
Hensey present. Vice Chair Highland.
Present.
Highland present. Chair Washburn.
Present.
Washburn present. We have a quorum. In regards to agenda changes, we have three requests actually. We have one request from Mr. Pitts regarding item number 11. He has requested a continuance of this item.
Okay, so
I have left you a copy of his email
right, yeah, I knew that was in the works. So does this require a motion? Motion to continue?
Yes.
Yes.
Would you like to continue that?
Do I hear a motion to continue this item?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any public comment on this motion?
Before we take public comment through the chair, maybe we should determine if we have jurisdiction, at least get that out of the way. So when we do your,
That's the issue.
That's the issue.
That is the only issue regarding the matter at this time.
Right.
I'll
withdraw that.
Okay. Anything from the task force? Member Pilpil?
Can I just ask if there's anyone here from HSA? Or the organization, Episcopal? No? Okay.
All
I
right.
guess there's no issue. And can we clarify this is a motion to continue to the call of the chair?
Okay. Mr. Young, would you call the roll on this matter?
Would you like to take comment on this? Is there any?
Oh, I already asked for it. There was no public
Sorry
comment.
about that. On that motion to continue this matter to the call of chair, Member Rummel.
Aye.
Rummel, aye. Eldon absent. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra absent. Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Haynes absent. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hensey.
Aye.
Hensey, aye. Vice Chair Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. Next, regarding changes, is regarding items number 9 and 10. Mr. Plantold has requested that item number 9 be moved up on the agenda as an ADA request, and Mr. Manette Shaw has requested item number 10 be moved up on the agenda, also for ADA as an ADA request, and as it is also related to item number 9.
So this would be items 9 and 10.
Yes.
Okay, and they would be heard next.
If you would like to change the order of the agenda, yes.
Is there? I had indicated that I thought these were reasonable requests in earlier correspondence. So, is there a motion to move these items up on the agenda? Member Pilpil?
Well, related to that, I just wanted to ask if there's someone here from MTA, because, sorry? Yes? Yes. Okay. No issue with hearing it sooner? None. Okay. I guess I think we should talk about item 2 first. So if we're going to move it up, I would suggest that we move it up not earlier than item 2.
I see no reason to take item 2 before these 2 items.
Okay, I do, but
Do I hear a motion to move these 2 items up?
well, then I'll just see where it goes. I'll move to hear items 9 and 10 after item 2.
This is after item 2 rather than now.
Correct.
What's your reasoning for that?
I think item 2 is complicated and controversial, and we should deal with it first. I'm not saying anything negative about items 9 and 10. I just think that's going to take some time and thought.
Well, that
my
argues in
thinking.
favor of moving 9 and 10 up immediately, since these complainants have ADA accommodations requests.
And I believe
So is there a second on Member Pilpil's motion to hear item 2 first?
Okay, no second. That's fine.
Okay. Is there a motion to move items 9 and 10?
I'll motion to move up till after we discuss agenda, after we finish the discussion on agenda changes.
Okay. Is there a second?
second.
All right. Is any public comment on moving these 2 items up in the agenda?
Yes.
Mr. Petralis?
Michael Petralis, I'm objecting to this change in the agenda. You did this to me about 2 months ago. Someone came here, said they had an emergency. Their item got moved up without any public comment. It took up a good 30 minutes of the agenda. I have AIDS. I also have disability issues. I don't want to be waiting around for hours. And if we're going to start playing, if we're going to start dealing with whose diseases deserve more attention, I'm putting it out right now. I've got AIDS. I don't need the stress of hanging out while others' complaints are being heard. You made this agenda. The person who wants to make the request of changing it should have thought of devoting the time that it's going to take to be heard. And instead of coming here at 4 o'clock, get a phone call hours later when we're into it. It is not fair to me, again, to change the agenda on any of my items for this accommodation. I'm saying my disability demands an accommodation of you keeping your agenda as you said it. Please, let's get on with the agenda, and if people have issues with their disabilities, you've got to deal with it in a different way and not ask someone else who's also got health issues to put their needs after yours. It's really unfair.
Thank you.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I spent a number of years in the U.S. Navy as Human Resource Management Specialist, and one of the requirements of the Americans with Disabilities Act is that a reasonable accommodation must be requested by the person who wants the accommodation. And as much as I understand Mr. Petrellis' position, all he has to do is cite the ADA and say that he has health issues and needs the same accommodation, but he did not do that. These 2 gentlemen did. I don't see any reasonable reason to deny this accommodation to them, and I feel that it should be granted.
Thank you.
Members, I'm Bob Planthold. I'm not talking specifically to ask you to take a position, but rather to let you know that I did notify Mr. Petrellis days ago that I was wanting to do this, and I asked him to be aware of that. So he knew he could have, at that point, if he wanted, made his own request. And apparently, from what he's saying, he may not have. But as a courtesy to him, knowing somewhat that he might have difficulties, I did let him know. I'm just trying to let you be cognizant of the communication that didn't come to you but is relevant to this request.
Thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Petrellis.
Petrellis again, I would like an accommodation. I would like a disability accommodation.
Excuse me.
I'm really over you.
Hey.
Really.
Excuse me.
It has nothing to do with him contacting me. Keep to the agenda that you set. I don't want to
Okay.
either, Bob.
Is there additional public comment?
I think the thing is you might want to consider creating some policy around it. Maybe they could waive time so that they could get an early slot in the agenda. I'm impartial either now or later, but maybe you should have some discussion because, I mean, he'd probably be willing to waive time for a month or 2 so that he could get an early slot. Thank you.
Thank you for your suggestion. Okay, at this time, Mr. Young, would you call the roll on this item, or on the
Motion
on the motion?
to move item number 9 and 8, 9 and 8,
9 and 10.
9 and 10.
Yes.
Sorry. On that motion, Member Rummold.
Aye.
Rummold, aye. Eldon, absent. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Haynes, absent. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes.
Added on agenda changes?
I believe so. So, Mr. Young, would you call item number 9 now?
Item number 9, complaint filed by Patrick Minette Shaw and Bob Planthold against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency and the SFMTA Board of Directors for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.7B and 67.9A by failing to post on the body's internet site or otherwise make available any explanatory documents for an agenda item, then failing to post on the body's internet site other documents anticipated for discussion or consideration at a public meeting, the SFMTA Board of Directors, February 2nd, 2016 meeting agenda.
All right. First, we have to find jurisdiction. Do I hear a motion to find jurisdiction on this matter?
So moved.
Is there a second? Jurisdiction?
Second.
Okay. Is there any public comment on jurisdiction? Okay, seeing none.
Victor?
May I ask
Without
who was
objection.
the
Member
second?
Hinsey Highland.
Hinsey Highland, thank you.
Yeah.
Would you like to pass that without
Yes.
objection? Thank you.
Without objection? All right. Okay, at this time,
May I ask, since there are two complainants, how would you like to allocate the time for this item?
I only need 30 to 45 seconds.
okay, so perhaps
Maybe they could
Yeah.
just share the time.
just share the time, and Mr. Planthold, you take the bulk of it.
I'll monitor the clock, too.
Okay, thank you. So please present your case.
So, I'm Bob Planthold.
Sorry, one moment.
Tick, tick, tick. So I'm Bob Planthold. There was an earlier MTA board meeting regarding the changing of some matters regarding rules, regulations, guidelines for the commuter shuttle program. The weekend before the meeting, there was a note that there was a PowerPoint, and then the agenda, the website said, will be posted shortly. That was the case throughout the weekend. So even though the bare agenda item was noticed, it said there's going to be a PowerPoint or some additional material. That never showed up till Monday. That raised questions, and I'm saying that partly because the matter of the commuter shuttle program is a matter both of pending litigation, but there was also an appeal to the Board of Supervisors. I was part of that appeal, and so it was timely for me to find out what was going on in order to communicate with our attorneys, potentially, between what we thought had been generally negotiated and the text of any presentation to the MT board, which text could guide their thinking. That's why I was wondering what's going on. I'm told that it just wasn't available. Well, maybe, but the fact is the public was continually for several days misled, will be available shortly. If it had said, not yet available, we'll do it, that's a different story. But beyond that, there's also potential conflict between 67.7B and 67.9. I want to first go to B. It said any material shall be posted, if it's a report or document, shall be posted adjacent to the agenda. Or if it's greater than one page, it's available for public inspection and copying. Well, very often MTA agenda do have attached reports. So the fact that the text of the Sunshine Ordinance says if it's greater than one page, you can come inspect it, we still couldn't have done that till Monday. But MTA often attaches these agenda. Again, I'm saying the public was somewhat misled. However, when you go to 67.9, you see there's a provision, to the extent possible, they shall also be made available through the policy body's internet site. And this is in reference to documents and reports. So even though 67.7B says if it's more than a page, you can come inspect it in person, 67.9 says shall, in both cases, 67.7B and 67.9 shall in this case 9, shall be made available through the policy body's internet site. So here again, I'm suggesting there may be a basis to look at this. I want to go further, not just on this complaint, but the relevance of accompanying documents or material may be something for your education committee to deal with. Not related to the complaint, but there's a similar policy body the controller has called the General Obligation Bond Oversight Committee. Whenever you see their agenda, it always says you can come in to inspect. Well, the city posts its website, on the website, its budget. I mean, that's massive detail. So I cannot see that there's a good reason for web space usage why the controller could not post GOBAC material on the Park and Rec bond, on the fire department bond, on the public transportation bond, on the public safety bond. That's not part of this complaint, but it's indication there's discrepancy, differences of access by the public to information relevant to understanding the material, the agenda item, to have to keep coming in saying, well, wait a minute, what's the material that MTA will consider, or in this case, the controller. That's burdensome if it's not posted. I'll leave more time now for Mr. Shaw.
Thank you. I'm Patrick Manette Shaw. I just wanted you to know I filed this complaint believing the public has the right to see background materials at least 72 hours in advance of a given meeting. When I worked in the Rec and Parks Capital Planning Department, they had a policy that if documents about Rec and Park bond development progress were not submitted by the deadline prior to publishing meeting agenda, that the Rec and Park Commission Secretary would not accept late submission and the agenda items would be moved to a subsequent meeting. There should be a uniform policy across all city departments requiring the background materials either be presented 72 hours in advance in a timely manner, or items should be moved to the subsequent agendas.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainants? Okay. Seeing none, the respondent.
Task Force members, my name is Roberta Boomer. I am the Secretary to the MTA Board of Directors, here to represent the agency before you today. The issue in question is twofold, as stated in the advice you received from your attorney. One is regarding agendas of meetings and other documents on file with the clerk of the policy body, when intended for distribution to a majority of all members of the policy body, shall be made available to the public. The other one is, to the extent possible, such documents shall be made available through the policy body's internet site. Since 1999, every document that we present to the MTA Board of Directors is posted online. We have gone above and beyond. We were the first board and commission to do that. It has been a firm commitment of mine to do that for many, many years now. The law requires that materials be made available to the public. We do so. We have the printed packet available to the public at the reception area, in addition to posting the materials online. With regard to this matter, as you can see from the documents that I provided, on January 28th, I sent an email to staff asking them to post the agenda of the documents, and at that time I noted that the PowerPoint was not available. Please note that despite what was previously noted, the staff report was available and was posted. The only thing that was missing, I'll have to correct that. So it was the PowerPoint that was not available. And out of respect for the public who may be looking for that document, I asked for a note to be posted that we would post it shortly. I anticipated that it would be available shortly. I asked that the note be provided because I knew that members of the public were interested in that, and if there was nothing, then they're going to have to write and find out what's going on. So out of consideration for the public's interest, I asked for that note to be published. On Sunday at 1 o'clock, so that was at 11:37. On January 28th at 1 o'clock, all the agenda materials, et cetera, were posted with the note about the document appearing shortly. On Sunday, there was a complaint filed. Now on Saturday and Sunday, I actually don't work. Well, sometimes I do. So I was not in possession of the documents. I wasn't going to be posting the documents, et cetera. Pursuant to an email that's in the packet, as you see at 3:05 on Monday, I received the document from staff. At 3:08, I sent a request that it be posted. I marked it as a high priority. And at 3:17, the material was posted. I think that is rather a quick turnaround for posting of documents. I knew it was of interest to the public, and I posted it, got it posted immediately. So I reject the idea that there was a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance, and I would respectfully request that you find the same. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Before we ask questions, is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Okay, now's the time for questions from us. Member Wolf.
When was the MTA Board of Directors provided that document?
At 3:07. Well, actually, what happens is we post the agenda items online, and then we send a link to the directors that the document is posted online. So they actually have access to it at the same time that members of the public have access to it.
Right, thank you.
And this was the day before the meeting. The meeting was on Tuesday.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Less than 24 hours. It was 3:08 or 3:17 that the document was posted, and the meeting started at 1 o'clock.
All right. Member Pilpel?
I don't really have any questions, just a couple of things to add. Just so, again, on the timeline, most of the packet was put up on Thursday. The meeting was the following Tuesday. This one thing wasn't available until Monday and was put up when it was available. In terms of comment, I think it would be great if everything created by staff in connection with an item were made available 72 hours before a meeting. However, I'm having trouble reading that into the plain language of the Brown Act or the ordinance. I think there may be creative ways to get there. I'm interested in that discussion, but I'm personally not finding that the law currently requires it. The last time we dealt with this section in terms of amendments in 1999, the internet was not nearly as happening as it is now, nor were smartphones or social media or some of the other technologies. And so I think the best that we got in terms of language is what was read earlier in 67.9A. To the extent possible, such documents shall also be made available through the policy body's internet site. I also just looked at, I think it's 29-1 or 2. Maybe somebody can help me with that. On World Wide Web Internet minimum standards. Nick, you might want to just take a look there. I was trying to see if there was anything in that section that required more disclosure of packets for policy bodies, but I didn't find that. I was hoping to. It wasn't there. So on balance, I think I am, unfortunately, with not finding a violation on the law on this. I think, as we heard from Ms. Boomer, the MTA has and does post the agenda, the packet material. I go there regularly to get information. I, too, looked for this particular PowerPoint that particular weekend, knowing that there was a an appeal pending at the board. There was stuff going on. It was rather controversial. And the agenda itself only said that, referred to, the agenda referred to an explanatory document and said that the explanatory document was a slide presentation. And that slide presentation wasn't available, as we now learned, until less than 24 hours before the meeting. Whether that's because, for whatever reason, that's the case. Again, on the particular facts and the law as it stands right now, I'm not finding a violation. I think we should see about changing the law if we're talking about changing the law. But I think the way it is now, I'm having a hard time getting there. If someone wants to convince me otherwise,
I'm actually looking at what's proposed in the amended ordinance, and there is some language about meeting packets and the materials being available to the public 48 hours in advance of the meeting. So it's not 72, it's 48. And the documents subject to adoption, and this has been an issue before us. They have to be available 48 hours, documents that are going to be actually adopted. So supporting documents, also 48 hours, but not 72 hours. That may be something that, if you want to lobby for including that in the amended ordinance, that would be a way to go. But that's looking at what's proposed, and I agree with Member Pilpel's reading of the existing language.
can I follow up with a clarifying question?
Right, Member Pilpel.
To Ms. Boomer. Mr. Monette Shaw included with his complaint a screenshot of the web page. I don't think you included the agenda itself with your materials, but that's okay. Do I recall correctly that this was only a discussion item for the board? The only explanatory document was the presentation, and the entire presentation was, I think, all of like 5 pages with like bullet points. This wasn't like some large document. You don't recall?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I've been to many board meetings since
there's
then.
that. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. Mr. Plantholder, Mr. Monette Shaw, do you happen to recall how much content there was to this particular PowerPoint?
Brief. Did you say this mic?
Give me a moment. Okay.
Okay. It was just a few pages, and it was bullet points. There was no significant charts, graphs, statistics.
And this didn't have like the report on the shuttle bus program. It was none of that. I think it was all of 5 pages with like quick bullet points.
Again,
Okay.
Mr. Monette Shaw can give.
But it was of great concern at the time.
That could help shape the supervisor's thinking. That was an agenda item for them, as well as the comments from the MTA board regarding the report on the commuter shuttle item.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
If I could also respond, I believe it was a 3-page document, and I am fairly certain that it was an action item, that they were introducing a motion to convert the program from a pilot project into a permanent program with modifications that they had negotiated with the Board of Supervisors over. And my recollection is that the delay of not including the PowerPoint presentation was because the negotiations were still ongoing, even up to and including the day before the meeting. But what that tends to suggest is that the agenda item should have been postponed to a subsequent meeting so that there would have been sufficient time for members of the public to review that thing less than, less than 7 hours, working hours, before the meeting started at 1 p.m. the next day.
Mr. Planthold, is that your recollection of the situation as well?
I will phrase it that way. I've got more to say in rebuttal.
Okay.
So essentially, Mr. Monette Shaw's characterization, I say, has plausibility and credibility.
Okay. Members, anybody else have questions for the parties? Member Pelpel, did you have something?
I'm just looking to find the material on the web. Maybe if we go to public comment.
No, we have rebuttals now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Rebuttal.
Okay.
Good.
All right, so first, Ms. Boomer, you have 3 minutes for a rebuttal.
You're going to have to turn her.
Thank you. I'm looking online, and actually the item only included a PowerPoint. Whenever an item before the MTA Board of Directors requires action, there is always a staff report and a resolution upon which they would act. In this case, in any case, they would never take an action off of a short PowerPoint. That's not how the MTA does business. Listen, I support posting the documents online. That's why, since the late 90s, I've been doing that. I find that it is most helpful for members of the public to be able to access the documents rather than have to make a phone call or come down to the office. I know that it would be a challenge for many departments and often for board support who are caught between staff providing the materials and a 72-hour deadline. But often, in order to create an agenda, we need those materials anyway so that we can craft language. So, but in this case, we request that you find no fault as the items were provided. There was no action, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. At this time, the complainant has 3 minutes for a rebuttal. Mr. Planthold.
So first, okay, is my mic on now? I'm going to go make my comments based on what Ms. Boomer had said. In her first presentation, she talked about the posting, and I think it's indicative both of her good intent but of maybe incomplete communication. She wasn't the person doing the report. She wasn't the person doing the posting. Somebody else was doing the report and didn't get it done in time to be posted, or didn't see or understand the timeliness. I go back to an earlier complaint I had with you folks where you upheld that MTA didn't post material in a timely way. So I'm going to suggest that here again, somebody didn't think this report needed to be done and posted within 72 hours. I also think that the public doesn't automatically know that the MTA board would not take action on just a 3 or 5 page PowerPoint. Ms. Roberta Boomer told us that now, but is that part of public lore, public knowledge? Is that part of the statements of how they act? I understand any action item has to be specifically so designated, but the statement that they don't take action on just a PowerPoint without a staff report, who knew? And that's a rhetorical question to make the point here again. There's gaps. There's lack of information. But at the same time, again, Ms. Boomer wasn't the person doing the report or doing the posting. Somebody else didn't do it. She's here answering for the agency. But there's a gap in timeliness that I think has to be addressed, not just by this agency, but by others. And as well, if you're talking about proposed amendments to the ordinance, even 48 hours might be timely. But in this case, it was 22 hours if you worked around the clock. Or, as Mr. Manette-Shaw said, 8 hours if you go from 3 o'clock to the end of that workday and from the start of the next workday. So, sure, you could get it done in that amount of time, but it's also a question of how did we know what was going to be in there, and would we be minute by minute checking the website on Monday at 1 o'clock, at 1:30, 1:45, 2, 2:15? How would we know when this was going to pop up on the website, and how much time we'd have to devote and possibly squeeze in the midst of other work, family responsibilities, laundry, grocery shopping, any number of other activities that real life happens. And so that's why I'm suggesting this is worth looking at. There's a problem in timeliness of getting material ready and posted, and that's not being addressed in the way the language of 67.7B and 67.9 are worded. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would only add
It'd be interesting to see what Mr. Pilpul found on the internet, because my recollection was that it was, if not an official action item, an item where they were recommending a complete change in that commuter shuttle bus program, such that it was something they were taking action on.
So, Member Pilpul, do you want to report what you found?
Sure. And I guess to the complainants, if we go through something like this again, it would be helpful to include the agenda so we all see it and the handout, but it's okay. The agenda says presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding the commuter shuttle pilot program. Explanatory documents include a slide presentation. So certainly, and I would compare that to the previous item on the agenda, which was presentation and discussion regarding environmental review responsibilities of the SFMTA. Explanatory documents include a slide presentation, fulfills charter section requirements. So there was either an implication, as former member and chair Planthold might say, there was an implication, there was a suggestion, there was a possibility of taking action, because it specifically says discussion and possible action, not just presentation and discussion, which would, I think, lead a reasonable person to conclude that the body might take action and that the slide presentation might allow or suggest that. As to the slide presentation itself, I was wrong. It is only 3 pages, and one is a cover page, and the other 2 pages just have bullet points. Understand that this was happening at the time when there was an appeal pending at the board, and the board continued that appeal so that, based on discussion with the parties, so that the MTA board could take further action or consider how to address the program, because the interim program was expiring February 1st and the new program was supposed to start, and if the board, which hadn't taken action, there was a question of whether there would be any regulation at the time. So I think the item was put on the MTA board agenda as a placeholder so that the MTA board could take some action if that were warranted, based on the thinking at MTA and other folks as to how to proceed. But I'm just, interpreting a little there. So I'll still stand by my earlier comment that I'm thinking there wasn't a violation. Thanks.
Members? Is there a motion to find a violation? Member Wolf?
Before we go into the motion, I just want for us to take a quick look at, we've looked at that the content on this slide was not very meaningful, but I don't think that we can make our determination based on that. So I just sort of wanted to put that out there.
Member Fisher? Yes, please.
I'm getting the sense that we're not going to have a motion for this, and this just seems like yet another one of those things where, yeah, we really need to make the changes we've been talking about to the Sunshine Ordinance that was written in 1999, because as I'm reading this, it would have been nice if that was posted, but I think the way the ordinance is written now, or the, quote, law, is not on the side of our complainants in this case. But there's, I always joke about that. If I were queen for a day, I'd slam that gavel down and say, this stuff has to be there 72 hours in advance. But I don't get to be that. That's all I have.
Other members? Yeah, I think I said earlier, reading the ordinance as it stands now doesn't suggest a violation, although certainly having had those documents in a timely manner would have been very helpful. And the ordinance needs to be changed. It's a different, we can post things need to be posted, they need to be posted in a timely way. We all know that everything works better around here when that happens.
Do you need a motion to deny or to dismiss?
Nothing happens, yeah. But this is, Mr. Planthold, you raised an important issue that, the MTA generally does a pretty good job, but there are other boards and commissions, not so much. And in an ideal world, this body would have the bandwidth to look at that very thing. And then, so we're, at this point in time, relying upon you to bring us matters. So if you could find us another example where we could weigh in and say, yeah, you know, you really need to, this commission needs to do better. Member Pilpel.
I was just going to say, I've been thinking a lot recently about sort of how we go about handling complaints and finding violations and remedies and all that. This might be the kind of example where we don't find a violation, but someone, and I suspect it'll end up being me, agrees to draft a memo for the task force to consider at a subsequent meeting to send to all board and commission secretaries, encouraging that all documents that are created by staff in advance of a meeting be posted to the website, hopefully at least 72 hours in advance, so that the public has access to them, blah, blah, blah. Whether or not it's required, it's sort of good practice, and I think one of our responsibilities under 30C is to advise city departments on good practices relative to public access. So maybe that's a solution here?
So, Member Pilpel.
Did I once again volunteer?
Yes, you volunteered to, I heard it, you volunteered to draft this.
Okay.
So.
Sounds like a reasonable compromise.
Right. So, Mr. Young, if you would note this and follow up with Member Pilpel.
There being no motion, no violation was found, and the matter is concluded. Member Pilpel.
Don't we have to take public comment?
Oh, we should be taking public comment even though we found no violation.
I didn't used to.
Is there any public comment regarding this matter?
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government, and I'm really disappointed in you. You, for some reason, seem to always take these very literal, strict readings of the law, and unless it says you put a pin in this place, we can't find you in violation. This law has been, as mentioned by one of the members, in place since 1999. Ms. Boomer got up and made a big deal about how they always, or almost always, put up the things. In this case, it was not put up. Mr. Planthold mentioned the fact, and I agree with him, that someone in their department was responsible for putting it up, and she offered no explanation as to why it was not put up on a timely basis. It just wasn't. And the reality is, if I'm a member of the public, I need to have as much information as is available to make cogent comments, because I have to prepare those comments. I have to research, I have to look, and since these things are usually put out on a Friday and everything is closed on Saturday, Sunday, that doesn't give me a lot of room to work. And yes, you can take a strict reading of the law, but the basic idea is something of unintended consequences. Bottom line is, if I'm making a presentation and I know that a couple of my points on the PowerPoint presentation are going to raise hackles among the opponents of this idea, what's to keep me from simply saying, I just forgot to post it? Nothing at all. And basically, I also take the the idea is, when I was in the service, the one thing that you could not do would be walk into a board of inquiry as the commanding officer or somebody in charge of a department and say, well, somebody who worked for me did it, so it's not my problem. But that's what the MTA is basically saying. Somebody didn't finish the report, they didn't get it in on time, it wasn't posted, and we're not going to deal with the issue of the fact that somebody wasn't doing their job, and whoever supervised them weren't doing their job either. Now, I also want to raise one further issue, and in case of Mr. Planthold and Mr. Minette Shaw, I think basically they should file a ADA request with the MTA and insist on having things at least 72 hours in advance as a reasonable accommodation, because they physically have a hard time going down to the office to get to this item. And I would say they would be well advised to actually make a formal request under the Americans with Disabilities Act to the SFMTA indicating that they are asking for that accommodation, and I do not think that anybody would think that was an unreasonable accommodation.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Hello, Michael Petrellis again. You've taken up about 40 minutes with this item, and I need to repeat myself and ask you again to start setting time limits for each item. I would also like time limits on how long each of you are going to speak. You're asking a lot to have the complainants, the respondents, and everyone else show up here for these endless meetings when you guys are really doing everyone, including yourselves, a disservice by not setting some time limits on each item and limiting yourselves in how long you're going to talk. We're probably going to all be here till what? 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock tonight? Learn some self-restraint, please, and we can get to the real matters about what may be a violation of sunshine. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment?
I would ask that the members of the public who are going to speak stick to the items at hand and not go off on rants on other matters.
All right. Seeing no additional public comment, Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda, please?
Just to clarify on that matter, file number 16010, there being no motion, no violation was found, and the matter was concluded. Member Pilpil has volunteered to draft a memo regarding the matter.
Or the implications to others. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Best practices.
Best practices, but yeah.
Item number 10, file number 16020, complaint filed by Patrick Manette Shaw against Tom Nolan, Ed Ruskin, Roberta Boomer, and of the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency and the San Francisco MTA Board of Directors for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.15 by failing to allow a member of the public to directly address the body concerning an item prior to action and abridging or prohibiting public criticism.
Okay, at this time we need to,
Motion to find jurisdiction?
have a motion to find jurisdiction.
Second.
All right. Is there any public comment on this motion to find jurisdiction?
It's like a point of order. It's 5 o'clock, and we're going to have public comment, general public comment.
It is not 5 o'clock?
Well, it will be 5 o'clock.
It isn't now, so we're
Okay.
going to move ahead with this.
Okay. If you go into
Please have a seat,
jurisdiction.
Mr.
Excuse me, please. We're going to move ahead now, Mr. Pitts. Thank you. All right. Without objection, jurisdiction. Okay, Mr. Manette Shaw, you have 5 minutes.
All right, to help out Mr. Pitts, I'm going to make this really brief. And I did want to thank Member Pilpil for offering to draft such a letter on the previous item. Every city department needs to hear this loud and clear, even before amendments to the ordinance are adopted. As I noted in this complaint, I believe Section 67.15 and 67.15D were violated by abridging my right to present testimony to the board. That testimony included a one-page handout, which I had made copies and handed to Ms. Boomer, who refused to distribute them. I routinely attend meetings of the board of directors of the city retirement system. When I hand them one page or more handouts, they routinely distribute them without any fuss. I hand them to a deputy city attorney or to their executive secretary, Norm Nickens, and without question, they routinely distribute them to the board members. I think Mr. Pilpil can testify to you that just last week, while we were both attending an ethics commission meeting, I distributed a one-page handout to their deputy city attorney, who willingly walked around copies of it to all 5 of the ethics commission board members. So what we have here is different city departments doing things differently. I could see during that board meeting that MTA board member Joel Ramos was straining his neck to see the handout that I had put on an overhead projector But because the document was so complicated, he couldn't see it while looking at another board member's computer monitor. It would not have been an egregious waste of Ms. Boomer's time to simply pass those things out. She claims that it would violate their long-standing practices, that they don't do that, and that I should have brought along enough copies for members of the public. Well, the Sunshine Ordinance doesn't apply to me. It applies to them. If I hand out a handout during a public meeting, members of the public who want to see it can put in a public records request to get it. Alternatively, Ms. Boomer claimed that it would be a violation to distribute it to their board members because one of them has an ADA accommodation. That is not, is a member who has a disability and ostensibly cannot turn a piece of paper over. Well, there was nothing to turn over because it was just a one-pager. And no other board or commission that I've distributed handouts to has ever raised that it would potentially violate the ADA, which is nonsense. If this is simply past practice, times change, people do things differently. And Ms. Boomer can change. In fact, she did change. When I had submitted a sunshine complaint to you guys alleging that she refused to move my public testimony from the end of meeting minutes to where they belong in the body, MTA Board Chair Tom Nolan raised a few questions with their deputy city attorney and then with Ms. Boomer, who finally agreed that she would not at all, having been asked by the board chair to do it, she decided she would comply. Ms. Boomer knows how to change. In this case, she should.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Okay, seeing none. The respondent, you have 5 minutes as well.
Roberta Boomer, SFMTA. The at issue is 67.15. Each policy body shall adopt a rule providing that each person wishing to speak on an item before the body shall be permitted to be heard once for up to 3 minutes. And Section D, a policy body shall not abridge or prohibit public criticism of the policy, procedures, programs, or services of the city or any other aspect of the proposal or activities of the acts or omissions of the body. I provided to the task force the link to the video of the February 2nd meeting. I hope you had an opportunity to look at it. When the complainant came to the podium, he did hand documents, and I let him know immediately that it's the practice of the MTA board not to hand out materials. He then asked to use the overhead projector to display the information. The time didn't start until the overhead projector was set up, so he was able to present the materials that he had intended to hand out. The handout was not one page, it was one page, double-sided. My board members, unlike other city and county boards and commissions, we have always had a member representing people with disabilities on our commission. Sometimes it is, most of the time it is people who are blind or have low vision or how somehow are visually impaired. In this case, Director Rubke is not visually impaired. However, given that she was born without muscles in her arms and legs, she has no ability to turn a page to look at the material on the back of a page. The board has always felt that if all members of the board can't access the material, none of them want to access the material. They do not want to create a situation that where one board member is treated as a second class. That is a long-standing practice, as I said, of the board, and I have been instructed not to hand out those materials, and therefore I don't. It is not a question of my will or not, as alleged. However, bottom line, I respectfully note that Mr. Manette Shaw was advised of the practice before he was able to use the overhead projector to display the information on the front and the back of his document, and thus was able to address the policy body fully and completely. So I'd request a finding of no fault.
Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Okay, at this time, Vice Chair Hyland.
Ms. Boomer, a few questions for you. Is that policy in writing?
No.
That's convenient. Because they can't write?
No.
I'm being facetious here because I think it's quite reasonable to distribute papers. Those that can read it, those that can't. You know, they can help each other. They can use, in addition to the overhead screen, they have agendas in front of them. There's other papers. I'm sorry, I just don't buy it. I'm going to have to state my case. Thank you.
Member Pilpel.
A couple of things, and I'll try to be briefer than I usually am because we've got a time crunch on a following item. And I neglected to mention on the previous item that I've had longstanding relationship with Ms. Boomer, and as recently as yesterday, I needed some documents in connection with the meeting, made a request to Ms. Boomer and her staff, and got the documents within a couple hours in advance of the meeting, and I appreciate that. So I think that the MTA is accommodating.
Thank you.
And I note that. On this particular issue, I'm having a bit of difficulty because I think, again, on the law, there's nothing specific in 67.15 about handouts to members of a policy body. It just speaks to public testimony, which I've always interpreted to be oral testimony, whether it's comments, a speech, singing like Walter at the board, or whatever, but that it's oral expression. I am thinking, and Nick, I might need your help on this. When the MTA deals with most matters, I think all matters, it's in a legislative context, not a quasi-adjudicatory context. And I thought there was some principle, maybe Mark, you would know, I don't know, that a legislative body doesn't have to read everything that's before it, but has to be exposed to that information, or maybe that only applies in a quasi-adjudicatory matter, that you have to be exposed to the testimony. So my understanding has always been that if you bring written comments to a body in advance of the meeting, those are supposed to be distributed to members of the body. And if you bring written comments to a meeting, particularly if you bring sufficient comments to hand out to all the members, that they are normally provided to the members, and the members don't have to read that, but they may. And again, in a legislative context, that you would be exposed to that information, and you can choose or not choose to use that in your consideration of the item. Am I misunderstanding something there? Can you help me?
I don't know where you're getting that information.
Okay.
I mean, I looked into it and I cited what I thought was a relevant law.
I mean, I don't think it's a sunshine ordinance issue. I think maybe it's a common law practice.
Okay.
No. Mark?
I'm not familiar with any rule that says everyone, you have to consider everything.
No, not that you have to, but that you should be exposed to it, and if you choose to read it. No? Okay.
Member Wolf.
So I don't see anything in front of us that speaks to this sort of common practice, if not universal practice, of being able to turn paper in and have it distributed to the members of the body. In terms of the disabilities exemption, like if the MTA had a member who was deaf, they wouldn't require all members of the public to learn sign language to provide testimony. It seems like it's up to the city to provide that support, to that accommodation for any members on their board. So if someone needs someone to be able to turn pages for them, it seems like the onus is on the city to provide that, not on the public to have to adapt to not provide papers because one person doesn't have the ability to turn them over. So I'm curious if anyone has any thoughts on that.
An interesting analysis. Members?
I just found one other provision. Nick, can you take a quick look at 67.7-1C? It does speak to written comments regarding the subject of the meeting or hearing, that the comments will be made a part of the official public record, and that the comments will be brought to the attention of the person or persons conducting the meeting or hearing. I'm wondering if that has any application to this case.
7.7-1C.
Yeah.
This is regarding notices to residents about issues at meetings that will affect their neighborhood. This is not relevant.
This is this weird one we tried to apply before. It's very specific to.
Through the chair, may I?
Yes.
I think we should focus on regardless of MTA's justification for not issuing or for not allowing the distribution of the material, I think the most relevant code section here is 6715D, which states that you can impose restrictions during public comment. And that could be, the most common one is time constraints. It's up to 3 minutes, but they can impose, 2 minutes or 1 minute. And look at it from a standpoint of whether or not you think prohibiting a member of the public from distributing his pamphlets or his literature as a reasonable restriction, and whether or not you thought the compromise of having him put it up on an overhead projector was reasonable. Just look at it from that standpoint.
Right now, we're looking at, so with all due respect to DCA COLA, we're looking at the section that Member Pilpel brought up about public notice requirements, which we recently had a case about this. And in reading through, it does appear to be specific to particular types of hearings regarding some work or something happening near your residence, that sort of thing. But as a point of fact, there's language at the bottom of our agendas that state that people who can't attend the meeting can provide a written document that becomes part of the record of that meeting as that person's right to address the body. That's right in it's presumably in everybody's agenda. So, Member Pilpel, and then we need to move on.
I don't want to dwell on this.
Okay.
Again, I tend to think on the current law, there's no violation. I'm uncomfortable with the implication, however, that someone that brings written comments to a body, any policy body in the city, sufficient copies to hand out to all members, that the body or the clerk or secretary or whoever can just say, I don't distribute them to the members because we've got a policy or because whatever, so they'll get it later, and therefore, even if it's in the record, that the members of the body aren't exposed to that information. I'm uncomfortable with that implication. That's troubling. I think people should be able to bring written comments to a meeting, and that the members should be exposed to that.
Yeah, I have a question for Ms. Boomer.
Any offense to Ms. Boomer.
So what happened in this particular instance is Mr. Manette Shaw brought some material, and he wasn't permitted to hand it out to members of the commission. Instead, he displayed it on the overhead. Now, is that the policy, that a member of the public comes with material in hand, and so that the members of the commission hears what this member of the public is presenting? Mm-hmm. This is what you do. Uniformly do this.
Yes. Yes, and they're always welcome to use the overhead projector. And any material submitted to the policy body in advance gets provided to the policy body in advance so that there is ample time to review and consider. As you all know, probably when you are handed materials at the last minute, it's very difficult to digest the written material. And oftentimes, if your head is in the written material, people then don't feel that they were paid attention to as they were speaking. And so it's very challenging for policy bodies to digest the material, think about what it is, etc. I recognize that the public has a right to bring it at the last minute. However, whenever members of the public contact me, I always urge them to send it to me in advance so that I can get it to the policy body in advance of the meeting so that they can read it. But yes, at the meetings, the overhead projector is there. We don't start the time until the material is up there.
So that's usual practice?
Yes.
Okay. Member Wolf?
So if you had a member of the public who had a disability that prevented them from being able to speak, and they hadn't alerted you ahead of time, and they came with a piece of paper to distribute to the members in lieu of speaking, which they're unable to do because of their disability, how would you handle that?
Well, my 22 years, I've never been in that situation. We have had people who attend the meeting who don't speak English, and oftentimes, if they've made a request in advance, we provide a translator or they bring a translator. Probably what would happen is we would have somebody read it into the record for them on their behalf so that their comments could be heard.
Thank you.
It was a complicated thing. Vice Chair Hyland.
I had a quick question for Ms. Buber again. Sorry, if you could approach. You're familiar with 150-word summaries. Do you sometimes get those as...
Yes.
And those are inserted into the record after the fact?
Yes.
Into the minutes, right?
Always.
Okay. And that's good. I'm glad you guys do that. I just think in this case, this is something that was timely and appropriate at the time during the discussion. So I'm still bothered by your body's policy to not put it in front of the members. So that's my position hasn't changed. Thank you.
Okay. Members, anything else? Okay, Ms. Boomer, you now have 3 minutes for a rebuttal.
I actually don't have much else to add. I will say, that, however, though, that with respect to the earlier case, a question was raised about how would a member of the public know that a document was posted. It's very easy. Rather than submitting a complaint, they could have just sent me an email saying, what's up? Where's the document? And I would have been happy to have let them know. I make every effort to respond to members of the public. When members of the public write to the MTA board, they get a response from me, just acknowledging receipt. We make sure that members of the policy body get those materials before the meetings. However, when it comes at the last minute, there is very little room for us to respond. And however, as Member Pilpel noticed yesterday, he made a request for records at 10 o'clock, shortly before the start of the meeting, and we were able to provide him with the documents requested. So we do make every effort to accommodate and support the public's desire to communicate with the board and receive material about the board's action. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, Mr. Manette-Shaw, you have 3 minutes.
Again, to move this meeting along, I do want to thank Member Wolf for bringing up a very pointed analogy, and I want to thank Member Pilpel for making his observations that it is disturbing that the handouts brought in sufficient quantity were not passed around as they are at other city boards and commissions without any fanfare. I'm also shocked that the board members would not assist the disabled member in turning over the document. Obviously, when it's sitting on the projection equipment, I can't flip it back and forth so that they can see the front page and then the back page. all within 3 minutes. And because it was so tiny on their computer monitors, they couldn't see the statistical information in the handout that I especially wanted them to have to supplement my oral testimony. The handout itself was part of my oral testimony, but it was so detailed as far as the statistics in it that I felt at the last minute that the board members would be in a better position to consider the numbers in my handout if I gave them a copy of it. And sure, I probably should have sent it in advance of the meeting, but I didn't. And it escapes me why some city boards and commissions distribute handouts without there being any problem whatsoever. But MTA has some sort of issue about this that is not documented in any written formal policy, as Member Highland just uncovered. So I would urge you to approve my complaint and get MTA to change their policy. They could easily accommodate both members of the public and their board members who may be disabled via other workarounds other than simply being obdurate and refusing to distribute it.
Okay, at this time, the matters with the task force. For a motion or not?
I'm not feeling a motion. If we don't find a violation here, I'll just try to write something in the same memo as the earlier one, because I think it's a question of best practice. But if people find that there's a violation, then so be
It's
it.
got a violation here? I mean, even the,
What law?
I don't know. I don't
think-
like it.
I
But
think
really,
the best practices memo was in order here for this one.
yeah,
Member Wolf?
Is there the fact that it's not written down at all a violation of our Sunshine Task Force? Like, they have a policy, but the policy isn't explicitly documented. Is that, I'm just reading through this trying to find something right now myself, but.
I would just suggest.
I just don't see why they can't do both. It's just that simple. Let the people use a projector for those that need it. Let them distribute it for those that can read it. Period. Very simple.
DC Acola, you had something?
help us out here.
If you guys are looking to find a violation, I would focus on 6715D. I mean, a commission or a legislative body can place reasonable restrictions on public comment. Now, was refusing to distribute the literature a reasonable restriction? If you guys don't think so, I would focus on finding a violation there.
We've got Josh over here, Allison.
Yes.
I'll make a motion for 6715D for for having unreasonable restrictions on public comment.
Second.
All right. Any discussion?
From us? Yeah, I mean.
Well, then I'll ask for public comment, but yes, Member Fisher.
Yeah, I mean, something's really slippery here. I don't like that, but let's look at this as a chance to improve things, make things better, reform. So maybe education and outreach can educate and outreach to the MTA on this, not Rules Committee.
With respect to the chair, I think it's past that point. I think because they've had this policy for clearly a long time, I think it's. I think we need to find a violation. I think we need to, serve notice, and I think that might stimulate a change in the way they think, not sending one of the minions to EOTC.
Oh, no, I wasn't.
I'm just saying, I think we need to.
So
That could be a follow-up.
We agree.
And then there could be another best practices memo with this. Okay. So DCA COLA found a way for us to weigh in on this. So at this time,
This is weird.
The comment.
Member Rommel, do you have anything?
Well, I just don't see how public criticism of the agency was abridged, right? Which is what 6715D speaks to. I mean, Mr. Monette Shaw had the opportunity to, and I'm not even sure that that's the full requirements. A policy body shall not abridge or prohibit public criticism of the policy, procedures, programs, or services of the city or of any other aspect of its proposals or activities on the basis that the performance of one or more public employees is implicated, or on any basis other than reasonable time constraints adopted in regulations.
Through the chair, if I could respond to that.
Yes.
Again, I wasn't there, but I think this scenario might be possible. Mr. Monette Shaw mentioned that one of the board members was having a hard time seeing the projector. Had he had one page in front of him, that might have helped. You know, again, it's flow of information. Why are we?
Although this particular 67.15D is looking at public criticism of something the city's doing, and I don't, if it were public comment on something that the city's doing, it's the criticism term that seems to connote
I think C
an
is a
intent.
little closer if there's...
C's closer?
That's what I was.
Oh, that this was what, okay.
If I may, if you look on my memo, page 487, I also included a reference to the Brown Act, section 954.3, subsection A. Subsection B, the legislative body of a local agency may adopt reasonable regulations to ensure that the intent of the subdivision is carried out, including but not limited to regulations limiting the total amount of time allocated for public testimony on particular issues and for each individual speaker. So I think that's what I was actually referencing, and I misspoke. I think if you were to find a violation, it would be, that's where you should focus your attention, and the discussion you should be focusing on is whether or not prohibiting the distribution of the material was a reasonable or unreasonable regulation.
15C is the parallel.
So yeah, what is that? What is the Brown Act?
15C.
So 15C is analogous, yeah.
I made the motion. I'd like to change it to 15C.
Agreed.
And so a vote, just to be clear, a vote for this would say that failing to hand out the written comments was an unreasonable restriction on public comment.
We could also
Yes.
cite, you want to cite that section of the Brown Act too?
Sure, that sounds great. Section 54954.3.
Okay. Does this person who seconded the motion?
Agreed.
Okay, all right. Is there any public comment on this motion?
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I'd like to acknowledge Member Wolf's examples. The bottom line is, under the Americans with Disability Act, if you start to make restrictions on public comment based on one member's disability, you have to do it for all the members. But if you have a committee where somebody has ADHD, someone is deaf, someone is blind, are you going to say, oh, well, we can't have any projection things because we have a blind member? So basically what the MTA is saying is their policy is in itself discriminatory. It says if there is a limitation of any member of our board, we can then restrict the public's access to the board in that manner. And I think you should consider this not as a separate item, one written or oral. It is an extension of the oral comment. If I do a presentation, I hand out handouts all the time because I know, number one, some of the people aren't paying attention to what I'm saying. At least they'll read it. Or they might hear what I'm saying, not understand it, read what I hand them, and go, oh, now I see what he means. So basically, I look at this as an extension of my First Amendment rights and my rights not to have my speech abridged. If I plan my presentation with the handout and I'm refused to allow that handout to be given, you have now abridged my comment because you have cut my effectiveness. Yes, I could use a slide, and Mr. Monette-Shaw did that, and that's satisficing, but it really did put an unreasonable restriction on him that they had, I believe, no right to do. And my honest question is, why would you want to? Why would you want to restrict the members of a board from having whatever a member of the public wanted them to see? If I come here and I want to say something to you or I want to give you something in writing, I can't think of any reasonable restriction that has a valid basis. Mr. Monette-Shaw gave them that, and they came up with this thing. And as Mr. Hyland pointed out, it isn't in writing. It's just sort of one of these willy-nilly things. And unfortunately, a lot of times when the city comes here, I think they use this, well, that's always been our policy excuse. If that's always been the policy, it must have come up before. If it came up before, why wasn't something put in writing to deal with it? And again, we come back to that basic idea if we start going about saying, oh, wait, we're not going to give the public, the members of the commission, the information which the public wants them to have, we are putting a restriction on them. And that, in my mind, is an abridgment of their public comment, because I use that written document to support and work with my oral testimony.
Is there additional public comment on the motion?
It's just a small thing. In this case and the one before it, it says that this meeting took place on February 2nd. The Board of Directors meeting took place on February 16th.
Commissioners, my name is Frank Canada. I agree with everything that Mr. Hartz said. One of my issues here is that the representative of the MTA said this was an unwritten policy. As a member of the public, if you have something that's not documented, it's not policy. I've been to many planning commission meetings, and at every one of those meetings, anytime a member of the public came up for public comment and had enough copies for all the commissioners, it was handed out, and it's definitely used to supplement what is being said orally. Even if it's on the slide, members of the commission who choose to do so have it in front of them to better understand what's going on. So I'm confused about an unwritten policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Okay, seeing none. Member Pilpel, real quickly.
I just wanted to explain briefly. I think I'm not with the motion. I'm sorry, but my narrow read of this is that the policy body may adopt reasonable regulations, blah, blah, blah. If it's an unwritten thing, if this was just, arguably direction from the chair to the board secretary, then I'm not sure that the policy body adopted or adopted any regulations in this case. Relative to the handing out of material, the next sentence, each policy body shall adopt a rule providing that each person wishing to speak on an item shall be permitted to be heard once for up to 3 minutes. I believe that is, in fact, in the MTA board rules of order. So I think I'm not finding a violation here. If the majority of the body feels this way, then a violation will be found, but I just don't think I'm with this. Sorry.
Okay, at this time, Mr. Young, would you call the roll on the matter?
Just to confirm, what is the California Government Code section that we are considering?
It's 67.15C and 54954.
A little bit slower, please.
3B.
954.3B. Thank you. That's the motion's final violation of 67.15C in California Government Code 54954.3B.
Yeah.
For unreasonable restrictions on public comment. On that motions, Member Rummel.
No.
Rummel, no. Eldon, absent. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Member Pilpil.
No.
Pilpil, no. Member Haynes, absent. Member Fisher.
Can I pass? But probably just one person, right?
Member Hinsey.
No.
Hinsey, no. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Fisher.
Or anyhow, I'll say no.
Fisher, no. The motion fails.
But might we write a,
I offered to include this with the
okay,
thing.
so the MTA will be getting, well, actually, everybody will be getting a memo based on these two cases, which I think will.
But I'll draft that and bring that before the body for approval at next month or a subsequent meeting.
Okay.
So
sounds good.
People will see it before it goes out.
All right, thank you.
There being no additional motion, no violations were found, and this matter is concluded. Member Pilpel has volunteered to draft a memo regarding this matter.
All right, now, very quickly, I've just, in the middle of this matter, was made aware of a dilemma that we have. There are only 8 people here this evening. Member Fisher has to leave at 6. So there's 7 of us. Member Fisher has to leave at 6, leaving 6. The quorum. Item number, I was just informed by Member Pilpel that item number 8, this is a complaint filed by Ray Hartz against the Ethics Commission. He will have to recuse himself.
Request that.
So he's requested that we hear this now. My dilemma is that we have already pushed forward other people's matters. And excuse me, I am trying to work something out here, Mr. Petralis.
Through the
So
chair.
some forbearance, please.
Through the chair. What's the reason for Member Pilpel's recusal?
Member Pilpel?
If you want me to
Just
discuss
briefly,
that now,
just
briefly. As you'll see in the packet material at attachment 2 provided by Ms. Pelham from the Ethics Commission, I attended the subject meeting. I made comments, several comments on that item, including one comment where I suggested, I can pull it out if you need the actual text, that it was not handled properly. And I think my view, and I checked with the city attorney who said that I could participate in the item, my view is that I have either bias or the appearance thereof, and I wanted to avoid that on this matter. So I was going to ask the task force to request to be recused on the matter.
Just in response to that, you made comments as a public citizen?
As a member of the public, not representing the task force, but I expressed a view that they were not conducting themselves appropriately, and I think that tends to side with the complainant, and I think...
Well, I think you're capable of probably rehearing this with a clear mind. I'm
not sure that I am.
All right, because we have a logistical issue here, too.
I understand. So one option is to try to hear it now and get it done. The other option is to continue the matter to our next meeting.
Okay,
and I don't want to influence
my inclination is to continue this, but I want to hear from Member Wolf, and we really need to move on.
This is probably redundant and unnecessary, but you recusing yourself actually increases the threshold to get. So there is no way to actually be neutral here. By you recusing yourself, you're essentially voting no. So I don't know what that means.
Is Mr. Hartz here? Yeah, please do. The reason through the chair, I thought maybe we could, let him be aware and see if he's comfortable with Member Pilpel being, ruling on this so that we can get through his item and not delay further. Because again, that's another issue. I mean, yet again, we're delaying an item.
Can I suggest that we should not make Member Pilpel hear something that he's not comfortable with? And if it happens so often that we think he's abusing his duties as a member of the task force, that we could take some action later. But I don't see I hear what you're saying, Member Wolf, that it operates as a no vote, but I don't see the value or even the point in trying to make him hear something that he doesn't want to.
Just to be clear, I don't do this on I attend meetings on a regular basis. I don't request to be recused on a regular basis. The minutes state, he stated that the item was not framed properly for public discussion tonight. The complaint is pretty squarely whether or not the item was properly agendized, and I think in that regard, it's a problem. And so I just think that on this particular matter, that I'm either biased or have the appearance thereof, and I think it would be cleaner for the body to do this without me. And so if the best course of action here is to continue it to a future meeting, then...
So, very briefly, Mr. Hartz, I became aware during the last agenda item that Member Pilpel is planning to recuse himself from your item number 8. The problem is that Member Fisher has to leave at 6. So no one can recuse himself on any item because we would lose quorum. And so he was wondering, could we hear your item now? But I'm reluctant to do that because we have already moved forward 2 other items on the agenda, and I was wondering if it would be okay to continue your item to the next meeting.
Well, first I'd like to object to the fact I went down to the police commission meeting because they meet at 5:30 and general public comment is at 5:30, and I had an intention of making public comment. And the idea that you would now come here and arbitrarily start discussing my case when I'm out of the room is outrageous. It's really outrageous.
Mr. Hartz, we're discussing it so that we can accommodate it.
We're trying to accommodate as many people as possible, as quickly as possible, so we can get to everyone's cases. And
the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Excuse me, please, some forbearance so we can move on.
So just continue it.
So do I hear a motion to continue this matter till... Nick?
No, you're on the right path.
A lifeline. Okay. All right. Okay. So at this time, is there a motion to continue this matter?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Public comment on this. Mr. Hartz, continue.
You know, I have really gotten to the point where you guys are full of crap. You know, Mr. Hyland taking 4 of my cases and at the last minute combining them all.
Point of order on this topic.
This topic is what? Why were you discussing anything having to do with my case when I was not in the room?
We tried to bring you up to speed. That's what the chair.
We went to get you, but it was a matter. Excuse me. It was a matter of timing. Again, we are trying to make this work for.
No, what you're trying to do is screw me like you have before.
Excuse me. Not at all.
Done with public comment?
No, I'm not making done with public comment. I have 3 minutes, and she keeps interrupting.
Please go ahead.
You have your own procedures, and you set them up, and then you disregard them. That's what Mr. Hyland did that day. I had 4 cases. They were all agendized as separate items, and at the time the first one come up, he decided, we're going to combine these 3 and these 2 together. And you can't put out rules for the public on which they depend and then say to them at the last minute, we're going to change the rules. You had a lengthy discussion about changing the agenda earlier in the evening. Why wasn't this discussed then?
I didn't know it at that time.
And then why wasn't I sent for before the discussion started, not when I walk in the middle of it? I don't know what you said. And very frankly, I've gotten such bad treatment from this task force, I'm not trusting that if I'm out of the room and you're discussing a matter that pertains to me, that you will do so in a way that I've given all the facts. You're going to do what you want to do, which is what you always do. You're going to continue this. And I came here and sat for hours waiting for this, spent the whole day preparing and yesterday preparing. And I think probably you're doing this for the convenience of the representative from the Ethics Commission, because they don't want to sit around until late because it's inconvenient for them. And as far as Mr. Pilpel goes, he comes up with so much extraneous bullshit that it's unbelievable. He says, I'm not going to talk very long, and then he goes on for 15 minutes about everything under the sun, and he brings in things that have absolutely nothing to do with the case. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 42 times, shame on me. Or shame on you. What I'm trying to get across is it really doesn't matter what I think about this or what I want you to do or how I want my case handled. You're going to do what you want to do regardless of what I think. You don't give a damn to due process. And that is why I'm taking a case against Mark Farrell to the Ethics Commission. I've got the paperwork all filled out. And Mr. Highland is going next. Because I think what he did was so egregious that night in combining those complaints, you can't put out a procedure or policy and not follow it.
Is there any other public comment on continuing this item? Seeing none, without objection.
This matter will be continued to the next meeting of the task force?
Yes, the next meeting.
I'll clarify that it was to the call of the chair, but.
Pardon me?
It was to the call of the chair.
It was to the call of the chair.
Yeah.
Okay. The motion was to continue the matter to the call of the chair.
Yes.
Let the chair know that this should be on May's
Yes.
agenda.
And I was advised that I can vote on the continuance.
This matter is the motion was to continue the matter to the call of the chair was approved without objection, with member Pilpil being recused, member Copra, Eldon, and Haynes being absent. Would you like to go to public comment at this time?
Yes. You want to call this an agenda item, please?
Item number 7, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction but not on today's agenda.
Hello, Michael Petrellis again. I had been hoping that my item number 2, complaint against Steve Cower in the mayor's office, would have been heard by now so that I could be down the hall at the police commission meeting giving public comment on issues of concern to me. But because of the abuse of the ADA by Patrick and Bob Planthold, you're not allowing me to feed, bless you, you're not allowing me to feed two birds with one seed, and that is deal with my matters here and deal with my matters before the police commission. I think you have to find a way to deal with ADA complaints before we all get here. It's going to be, if I'm lucky, what I expected to be heard 2 hours ago may be heard, and this is really disrespectful to the entire process, and I have made my feelings known to Bob and to Patrick. I also want you to know that I have verbally withdrawn my complaints against the police commission and the fire commission. I will be formalizing this withdrawal in writing with an email to Victor and to the police commission and fire commission, withdrawing the complaint because I want to get out of here. I really do not want to be coming before this body anymore because of what I feel is a great disrespect towards the public and toward the process. So whatever number those items are, the complaint against the police commission and the fire commission tonight, I will not be here, and I've told the representatives from those commissions to not be here, and I'm withdrawing this complaint. You guys got problems. You got a lot of housekeeping issues you got to deal with, and now finding out a member is going to be leaving at 6 o'clock, I'm even more frustrated at the abuse of the ADA by Patrick and Bob, because my complaint would have been heard by now. Thank you.
Can I just
Member
clarify?
Pilpil.
Can I just clarify? So what were you withdrawing?
Move on. You take up too much time. Hush up. Let us speak. Let's move on. You speak way too much, David.
Excuse me.
I thought I heard that he was withdrawing a couple of complaints, and I'm not sure which, so I wanted to just clarify.
So,
And if he is,
to clarify, you're withdrawing items number 4 and 5, file number 15167 and file number 16007. Is that correct?
yes,
Thank
even though
you.
we have a recommendation from the committee to find violations in those cases.
Whatever, David. Whatever.
Well, he doesn't actually have to be here for this since they're recommendations.
But if he's withdrawing
But if you're withdrawing them,
then we can't find the violation. Then it,
Okay, fine.
Move on.
Why
Why are you
why
surprised
we
people
questioning?
get ticked off at you?
that's just
sometimes it runs both ways. Okay, additional public comment.
I'm not angry. I'm sorry. Hi. There's this issue that's bothered me for a long time. When a person is going to come and file a complaint, the only thing that's really required as far as information from the complainant is an email. You don't have to give a phone number. You don't have to give an address. And that further opens the door to what is ongoing fraud. Thomas Piccirillo used to come here very often. He said he was a lawyer. I believed him. Unfortunately, got ripped off by him. Well, he's still in the library. He's still counseling people as a lawyer. And it creates a really bad environment over there. And I really wish that you would look at your policy, because actually there was a police inspector who was looking for him, and all that he could get was a free email that he used. And I think it's done intentionally, and I think you should look at your policy again.
Is there additional public comment?
Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I really do not blame Mr. Petrellis at all for withdrawing the complaint. People ask me, why do you bother with this whole farce? I say, well, I got 24 orders of termination. They said, well, what good did it do you? At some point you get so frustrated with everybody rearranging the schedule at their convenience or the convenience of somebody, I don't know quite who it is, but basically you show up and you're all ready to go, and then all of a sudden you're told, oh, we're going to do this or we're going to do that, it's going to be changed, and it's going to, and whose convenience is that for? Is it for yours? I don't sit here and complain when I'm number 9 or 10 on the list and I know I'm going to be at the end and it may be continued. I sit here and participate and listen to the other activities that are going on because it's a learning process for me. But the bottom line is, at some point, people's tolerance becomes... you don't expect fair treatment. And the Good Government Guide says you at least have to give the appearance of fair treatment. And the appearance of fair treatment does not make it acceptable that you can't get enough of your members to come to the damn meetings, that you don't get into situations like the previous one, where because one person is going to recuse himself and the other person is going to leave, you can't have a quorum. If you all showed up to your meetings as you committed to when you accepted your positions, that wouldn't be an issue, would it? And very frankly, I've gotten to the point where I don't really think my being nice to you is going to make any bit of difference, and so I will say what I feel like saying, and if Mr. Rummold wants to sit and laugh about it, like he did when we were talking about my item, that's fine with me. It just shows his ignorance. The bottom line is, you make so many hoops and so many circles to run around and so many things to stand in the way of complainants that most complainants just don't even bother unless it's something that's really important. And I've been asked that question a number of times. Why do you bother to go when you get determinations that aren't enforceable, that aren't worth the paper they're written on? And you can say it to the people who gave you the determination, and they all sit there and shrug their shoulders and go, what do you want us to do? And like you're all doing now, everybody sits down and looks. Nobody can look you in the eye. That's the most embarrassing thing. What is it? What are you doing something there that's so important that my comments aren't worth actually making eye contact? Do I have to shame people? And unfortunately, that's what I find you have to do. If you go and you're nice and people say, Mr. Hartz, teaspoon of honey and all that kind of crap, you do that, they will just stick it to you over and over and over. So now I just say it. And again, I don't blame him for withdrawing the complaints, and if it leaves you in a confusion, in fact, unfortunately, I think it's rewarding your bad behavior.
I'm Patrick Minette-Shaw. I've known Mr. Petrellis for a good 15, going on 20 years, and I realize that his medical condition is much worse than mine. Mr. Planthold even surprised me with his request for an accommodation to move that agenda item. And I don't think I've abused the ADA at all by having also requested subsequently to Bob making this request. I would only ask that Mr. Pilpel, when he drafts some sort of memo to city departments on my second matter, 16020, that he pointedly note the vote was 4-3 because, as Mr. Ray Hartz just mentioned, there's only 7 of the 10 appointees here. 3 of you guys are AWOL, missing in action. Don't even get me started on, this is another prime example why this body should restrict Mr. Pelpel from attending meetings, even as a public citizen. That when he makes a comment as a public citizen that he thought that there had been an incorrect decision reached, he wasn't speaking as a public citizen, he was speaking as a member of this body, which is wrong. And then he wouldn't have to recuse himself. So I hope you will, when you are drafting the memo, you will instruct city department heads that they have to look at the Brown Act code that DCA COLA provided for your consideration and the language of 67.15C, so that these boards and commissions, particularly Tom Nolan, gets it that their executive secretaries cannot have an unpublished, undocumented procedure or rule that nobody knows about, and that they are, in fact, unreasonably restricting members' access when they want to have a mere handout distributed to the board members.
Thank you. Is there additional general public comment?
For starters, it sounds like somebody's sleeping. Do we have quorum? But I guess the problem that I'm having is the reason I was trying to give someone a business card before the meeting started. It seems I'm concerned that I'm not being treated fairly, and I want to speak to members of the board. I went to file my complaint, and what happened is the staff here, he threw the complaint at me and he shut the door in my face. And it seems like he was trying to litigate or adjudicate the case through the city clerk's window there. And it just really, it's horrifying and it's perplexing as to why would I be treated so institutionally violent. I'm trying to file a complaint. He wants to litigate it in the window, and when I'm telling him that he shouldn't try to do that, he throws the papers at me and he shuts the door in my face. And it's just, you see the way he's treating me, telling me to sit down, be quiet. Even in this meeting, it's just like, I think he has a personal vendetta towards maybe people of color or me in general. So I'm wondering what the deal is. I mean, I'm trying to get information from several people, and they are acting like they're exempt or immune from their contract with the city and county of San Francisco. They're exempt from any type of oversight. And when I try to stand up for myself and the citizens of the city and county of San Francisco, I get institutionalized violence from Mr. Victor Young. And I'm trying to figure out, what do I do so that I can get treated fairly, with this body? I want to know, I need some proof that he's not going to just throw away my complaints, because on today's agenda, one of my complaints isn't even there. My complaint regarding Sam Dodge, it's not there. So I'm wondering, did he throw that complaint away, or what's his plan or intention? Will it be heard? I don't know. What do I do? What do I do to guarantee that I get treated? And now he wants to talk during my thing. Maybe he should be taking notes or something.
I would complain to the HRC against Mr. Young.
HRC. All right. I mean, it sounds legitimate, but.
Okay, is there additional public comment for matters not on the agenda? Seeing none, Mr. Young, would you call the next item?
Item number 2, file number 15163, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against Steve Kawa and the mayor's office for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21, 67.25, 67.29-7, and 67.34 by failing to completely respond to a public request for calendars of Chief of Staff Steve Kawa.
Okay, just to remind members about this matter, we actually heard this last time. We made a motion to find a number of violations, and we asked Member Rommel to write the order of determination outlining whatever, a case law that would support us. It's a very complicated and interesting, become a rather high-profile item, actually. And so we have before us the proposed order of determination. And mind you, we haven't voted on this yet. And in the interim, we've received a lengthy memo from the city attorney's office about this. So I need some guidance here about exactly how to move ahead with this. This isn't exactly a hearing. We've heard the matter on its merits. So, DC Acola, what would you recommend?
Oh, I think we would proceed as you would any other case that has gone to a subcommittee and is coming up for adoption of the order of determination. The only thing that makes this one difference is that, you've got a counter to the proposed order. So, since jurisdiction's already been established, I would just open up discussions with regarding the counter to the proposed order and see how members of the task force feel about that counter to determine, the outcome of this case, whether or not you're going to adopt the proposed order or not.
I'm wondering if maybe Member Romold, if you would speak about your memo. I've read it a couple of times.
Yeah, I'm happy to. So, let me get it in front of me. So I remember. So we found initially that there was a violation of 6721 and 6729-7 for failing to produce records that were requested, and also for failing to maintain records in a professional and business-like manner. I also looked at, in the order of determination, whether 6734 applied, whether that gets to whether or not the violation was a willful one. And in looking at it, I also thought that that in this case it did warrant finding that it was a willful violation. I think the city attorney's office, their response raised, to me, the more interesting thing to talk about is the city attorney's response. I think they raised a good issue with regards to the willful violation, and actually I wonder if there's anyone from the city attorney's office here. So that would have been the most useful thing. But perhaps our city attorney can help with some of the issues. So one issue that the city attorney's office response raised was that the Ethics Commission has already interpreted what it means to be, or what a willful violation means under the ordinance. And I guess my question for Nick is whether or not the Ethics Commission's regulations or their interpretation of the ordinance is binding on this task force. And another thing, in looking at the Ethics Commission's definition of willful, I actually found it to be generally right, but I also thought it was too narrow, right? Because I also think a willful violation, so city officials generally have to swear or whatever that they've received their sunshine ordinance training and that they're familiar with the requirements. And I feel like sometimes a negligent act where you weren't 100% sure that it didn't violate, you weren't 100% sure whether or not the ordinance covered it, but you went ahead and did it anyway. And that can be so substantial and gets to the heart of the ordinance so significantly that would cause a willful violation. And I don't think the Ethics Commission's interpretation would support, the Ethics Commission's interpretation of willful violation wouldn't support that finding.
Through the chair.
Vice Chair Hyland.
Just to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, Member Emerald, the process that we follow is, we, as a body, we determine something's willful, we then refer it to ethics, who then, I think, kind of hears it de novo and makes their determination. The city attorney is suggesting that a similar case should bear upon this.
So what the city attorney said is that pursuant to the charter, the commission, the Ethics Commission, may adopt rules and regulations relating to carrying out the purposes and provisions of ordinances regarding open meetings and public records, which is very clearly, the Sunshine Ordinance is within that, right? Mm-hmm. And pursuant to that authority, the Ethics Commission has issued a regulation that governs the handling of violations of the Sunshine Ordinance. And within those regulations, they've set out their interpretation of what constitutes a willful violation of the ordinance. And that definition is an action or failure to act with knowledge that such act or failure to act was a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance. And what I was suggesting is, while I agree with that, that should be a willful violation. I think there is also a second part that should be included, and that's something, an action that is taken that is so directed to undermining the purpose of the ordinance that even if it was done negligently, even if it was done without knowledge that the action was specifically violating a certain provision of the ordinance, that it could still amount to a willful violation.
Okay.
So in this case, we were all surprised, shocked, appalled that a calendar would be erased after 2 weeks. We thought that in the real world that doesn't happen. So, and given the job responsibilities of this individual, this is not somebody who's a clerk. This is a key person in the city government. So it raises questions about transparency. So are you saying, somebody in that position should know that, asking that his calendar be erased on a rolling basis after 2 weeks is suspicious, to say the least, which is what we all felt.
There are a couple of issues, right? The first one is whether or not destroying the calendar in the first place violated either state record retention laws or city record retention laws. My opinion is that the destruction of the calendar did violate those laws. The city attorney's office has a different interpretation, I would argue, a not entirely well-supported interpretation. But so that's just kind of a threshold issue, right? Was the destruction of the calendar improper in the first place? And then a secondary issue is, if the destruction of the calendar was improper, then what provision of the Sunshine Ordinance did it violate? We determined, and I tried to lay out the reasons for finding that 6721 was violated because of that destruction, and also the business-like and professional record keeping requirements of 6729.7. And then so the third, so those are the two kind of initial questions that we have to answer. And then if we find both of those that we answer yes, the third question is, was it done willfully? And, you know, for the reasons I laid out in the memo, I think it was willful, even if it wasn't, even if Mr. Cava didn't know specifically that destroying the calendar was a violation of the ordinance. I think, and you know, his representatives are here, so we can hear from them again on this, but at least in my view, the task force didn't get a credible explanation for why it was done, right?
It was for housekeeping.
Convenience, I think, was the word used.
Convenience and housekeeping, which we found astonishing.
Inconvenient.
I mean,
unlikely.
It doesn't make a lot of sense given the various ways that, you know, hiding past calendar events could be done electronically, given the minimal amount of, you know, data that past calendar events would take up. It did not strike me as a particularly credible explanation. So in light of that, I think that supports a finding of a willful violation. I'm willing to reconsider that if there was a credible explanation. You know, I don't think just a negligent, you know, a slip up or, you know, a mistake concerning the Sunshine Ordinance should constitute a willful violation. But I think, you know, when the action is designed to subvert the very purpose of the ordinance, I think that warrants looking at a willful violation.
So, you're saying after having reviewed the city attorney's memo, 6 pages of it, I believe, I read it through twice, and 7 pages. So you stand by what the order of determination that you've written.
Well, so
yours runs about 6 or 7 pages.
Length in legal writing is not always a measure of excellence. I think my order of determination that I drafted needs to be revised in light of the part about the Ethics Commission. That wasn't a intentional ignoring. I did not intentionally ignore that. I just wasn't aware of it. So I think it certainly needs to be addressed, and I think it certainly bears on whether or not the Ethics Commission will find this to be a willful violation. But I don't necessarily know, and this was the question I had for Deputy City Attorney Cola, is whether or not the Ethics Commission's constructions of the ordinance are binding on us, right?
Well, to answer that, I think ethics has issued, you know, several opinions as far as interpretation before, and the task force has gone against them in those instances. So I don't think ethics definition is binding upon the task force. However, if you're referring to ethics and that's their their interpretation, is it worth referring to them?
As a matter of enforcement, it's unlikely for them to take action.
Exactly.
But I do think it is worth. So again, I think the city attorney's memo had a good point about the Ethics Commission's regulations, and I think we need to address it in our order of determination. And I think, you know, as I said earlier, I think Ethics Commission's construction of willful violation is too narrow, and I think possibly, still finding this to be a willful violation and referring it to them with the suggestion that they revisit their definition of willful violation could be beneficial.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair Hyland.
Just to kind of echo what I was saying before, I agree. I think we can maybe edit this somewhat based on the city attorney's response and tighten up what we think is willful violation or add to it. I think the second piece we might want to tighten up is they're trying to suggest that Kawa is just another employee. We don't buy that. I think he's akin to a department head, even though he may not be in name. I think that's something else might be worth fleshing out a little bit more to kind of show that he does land squarely on that violation. And lastly, I think this is an exercise of we have to go through the steps. I think we have to edit it. We have to have the order of termination. We have to register it as a willful. We have to refer it to ethics. And then let them do what they're going to do. Because I think this is important enough to go through the steps and give it our full attention and full enforcement that we can. And, if nothing else, for the record, and to let the rest of the city departments know that, they're basically on watch for this.
So I wanted to just, for those of you who may not know, this is a big deal case. This is important, and I mean, we certainly thought it was. This has been in the Chronicle, actually, last week. So they had copies of both attorneys' opinions on this. I spoke with the reporter, was quoted. I'm a short-termer, so I spoke my mind clearly. The chief of staff is not another employee, and we all knew that, and that's why we were concerned about this. So I think that we shouldn't be wary of if we have a good legal basis for making our case, that we shouldn't put it forward and keep this discussion going. This is a big deal. Member Pilpel.
I agree it's a big deal, but I take a slightly different view on the matter. Perhaps we could ask Mr. Petrellis to sit. We'll hear from him at some point, but I guess he can stand. A couple things. I note from our draft minutes from the last meeting that we requested a copy of Mr. Kava's current calendar, a copy of the previous version of the Mayor's Records Retention Policy, and requested that Mr. Kava attend the next meeting of the task force. I did see in our packet what appears to be the current calendar or a recent days with lots more information. I didn't see a memo or an email or anything transmitting it, so I don't know where and when or from whom it came, but it is, I guess, before us, and so that addresses that question. I didn't see the previous version of the Mayor's Records Retention Policy, which we asked for, and I'm not sure that I see Mr. Kava in the audience, so maybe we want to ask about at least those last 2 out of 3 things. As to the draft order, and let me be clear, because I think it was stated that we voted last time on this. Again, according to the minutes, the only thing we voted on was a motion to continue the matter to the call of the chair, and we're back here on it. I don't believe that we voted to find any violations last time. I think we talked about finding violations, but Member Rummold offered to draft an order, and we talked about whether or not we would find it willful, and I think we sort of kicked that issue to this meeting or further discussion as to whether or not we would find it willful, but that we were likely to find at least some kind of violation here. I think that, yeah?
I think it was the willful part that was hanging out there.
Okay.
We weren't sure about that.
Okay, so...
And I also don't think we had, I think we had consensus, but I don't think we voted to find a violation.
Fair enough.
We really wanted to, given the weight we're giving this case, we wanted to have all of our ducks in a row.
Fair enough.
So,
and as I said earlier, I agree that this is a big deal, but I take a slightly different view. I read the city attorney's memo. I agree with it in part, and I disagree with it in part. Where I am on this at this time, and I don't know if, given that there are only 6 of us here, if we're going to take action on this tonight. Maybe we will, maybe we won't, maybe we'll continue it again, because I agree that at a minimum we do need to make some changes to the proposed order. But in terms of substance, I wasn't particularly with a willful finding. I'm still not particularly with a willful finding, nor am I with a finding of a violation of 29-7. I think I've stated before that I have a pretty high bar for a 29-7 violation. I think that things have to be so cluttered and your record keeping has to be so problematic that you can't find anything for me to find a 29-7 violation. I don't import any violation of the record retention requirements under Chapter 8 to be a violation of 29-7. That's just how I read it. I am, however, of the view that there was a 67.21 violation, and that the mayor's chief of staff, to the extent that he kept a calendar, which he wasn't required to keep, but to the extent that he had one, that the record entries should not have been deleted 2 weeks thereafter. And I acknowledge, as the task force did in its draft minutes last month, that the mayor's office has agreed to change their retention practices and keep those calendars. So both because, for a variety of reasons, including the fact that they've agreed to change their practices, I don't find that it's willful. But I am with a 21 violation, and I think in roughly the same way as we have found 21 or 21 and 25 violations or other types of violations where departments may disagree, but they just sort of accept a violation, change the practice, and we move on. I'm kind of with that approach here. So I just wanted to explain my current thinking. I'm certainly open to further testimony and discussion, and maybe we need to figure out how we can amend the proposed order, either to address the city attorney's memo, either in a way that includes a willful violation, if that's the will of a majority of the body, or not, depending on, so there might be 2 versions that are up for discussion next time if we put it off to next time.
Given that we only have 6 people, and we don't have a consensus of the 6 people, and
I think we can figure out how, even if we don't figure out what tonight.
Right. I think I would suggest we continue this to the call of the chair, probably till next time, so that Member Rummold can, with full knowledge now of the city attorney's stance on this, can incorporate that or rebut that in the order of determination. And we need more members here to weigh in on this. I know Member Fisher was amongst us who, speaking on her behalf, was moving in the way the majority is here. Given the importance of it, I'd like to kick the can down the road another month at least.
Chair.
Vice Chair Hyland?
I think that's probably a wise move at this point. And I think, it kind of echoes, it'd be nice if this echoes our, really what we've done over the last 2 years. If there's one thing we've done, it's to try and push the charter forward, make changes both internally, suggest changes outside. And this is, again, a pretty big one, a widening of the interpretation of willful violation. So this is all, I think, part and parcel with the main thrust of our work over the last 18 months, and I think we need to get it right, and I think we should have a vote on it when we have a full...
Right. It looks like the mayor's office policy is changing on this, because it must have been a little embarrassing when all of this came out. It certainly didn't look good. And I have a broader interpretation for the record of 67.29-7. I think keeping a calendar, you don't erase 2 weeks back. Doesn't make sense in any world, in my opinion. Member Wolf, and then we really should try to move on.
So my question is around the definition of willful as deemed by the city attorney, which is that we will never be able to go inside the head of any person who is before us. So this threshold that they've created, like, I think there's evidence I think that there is significant evidence to make an argument that under this definition of willful may have actually occurred, but I don't think we have any way of proving this one way or the other unless there's documentary evidence to support it. And there seems to be just sort of a significant disjunct therein.
Yeah, I agree. It's really difficult to prove that. I think what's stuck in my mind was the assistant to the chief of staff saying that he was instructed for convenience and housekeeping. So this was a deliberate decision. I want to delete my calendar after 2 weeks. And I just really quickly see that on March 22nd, there was a meeting in his office with about the Warriors. And I'm a huge Warriors fan and would like to see the Warriors here. But in the past, a recent past, when members of the public was trying to figure out that earlier plan to put the Warriors out on that pier, and the public records request was made for the calendar to see who was meeting with whom about this. There was nothing in paper about that horrible idea that was nixed, and now we get the Warriors at another location. But I don't want to drag this out. Member Pilpel.
I don't want to express a view one way or the other on the Warriors right this second. I think
it's an example.
I understand. I think for purposes of this matter and sort of going forward more broadly, I think we understand who is subject to the 29-5 or the so-called Prop G calendar requirement. That's department heads and elected officials. It's not Steve Cava. I think the task force has sort of gotten to this point, that anyone else in city government who is not required to keep a calendar, but who chooses to do so, to the extent that that calendar has information about city meetings that they attend and city business, that calendar should be kept for at least 2 years. And I think, I think that's sort of a minimum we could opine greater or otherwise.
Absolutely,
but
yeah.
I think that takes issue or disagrees with the city attorney's view that a calendar not required under the Sunshine Ordinance but kept for other purposes is kept for the convenience of the user and not for any other reason. And I think we're disagreeing with that analysis or advice. And I think we should make that clear.
Member Rummold's order of determination does address that specifically.
And I'm not saying that we don't, but that we should make that known so it's not just limited to Steve Cava.
Right, we hear you. Yeah, okay.
And through the chair, just to add to that, Member Rummold, the Ethics Commission looks at willful as violations of the Sunshine Ordinance only, whereas our Charter 67 says Sunshine, Brown, and Records Retention Act. So I don't know if you can pull some broadening out of that, or if you already have and I missed it.
Well, this draft order found the violation of the ordinance, so
right. Okay,
we'd be covered there. And to get to your point, Member Pilpel, the draft order says the question then is whether the daily calendar of a high-level city official falls within the definition of records set forth within Section 34090 and Section 8.1. Those are the sections requiring retention, and it says we believe there is little doubt on the question. It does.
Yeah.
So I think
that's
our view on it is, if this were to be adopted, would be fairly clear.
Great.
Okay.
I was good with that part.
All right. So is there a motion to continue this?
Motion
to call the chair. But next.
So
Second.
All right, is there any public comment on this? And Member Petralis, Mr. Petralis, you can be a member of the public.
He's been called worse, I'm sure.
I don't ever want to be a member, even of the HIV councils. Don't want to be a member. Okay, so I get to go. I have to thank all of you for your dedication to this incredible civic responsibility that you've taken on. Not just with this complaint before you, but with all the complaints that come before you. We are trying to make our government as transparent as possible. That said, if you can turn to page P14, it's the calendar from March 22nd through March 27th for Steve Cowa. You'll see that on Monday, March 21st, it's redacted 4 or 5 people who were out of the office, and it doesn't cite which part of the Sunshine Act allows them to redact that information. And then you look at Tuesday, the 22nd, and see, well, Ann Cronenberg's out of the office. Chief Sir is out of the office. So one day things are redacted, next day that information is there. You also see on Thursday, March 24th, same thing. Who was out of the office, and there are their names. I think that information should be made public, and what's been redacted in all the other instances should be unredacted. I'm also very concerned that we don't know who is at these meetings. If you look at Thursday, March 24th at 4 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Meeting, communications. Who was there? What exactly were the communications discussed? Infrastructure in terms of internet for city employees? I don't know. I'm asking you to look at these matters as this complaint is continued and goes forward. I also have to say that the Chronicle story surprised me. I had no idea it was in the works. I don't know if the city attorney's office provided the Chronicle with this opinion that they came up with, but I was very glad that there was a story about it. And Commissioner Washburn, I very much appreciated your comment about how egregious this destruction of calendars was. And I think that I am really nervous when I stop and think what else may be destroyed in the mayor's office or any other department that we don't know about. It's really, this whole matter is raising questions about what other documents may they be destroying that we don't know. So I'm glad that you're taking your time with this. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment?
Patrick Manette Shaw. I'm speaking in support of you continuing this to the next meeting. I also support the draft order of determination Member Rummold prepared and the recommendation to forward the case to the Ethics Commission for willful failure. However, Rummold's claim on page 3 of the draft order of determination that California Government Code 34090, quote, authorizes city governments to destroy records if the retention is not otherwise required, end quote, appears to be incorrect, Member Rummold. 34090 does not permit the destruction of original records less than 2 years old. And Section 34090.5 permits destruction only when all of 4 named specific conditions are met. In Mr. Cava's case, none of those conditions, of those 4 conditions were met. The order of determination needs amending. It doesn't name City Attorney Dennis Herrera for having provided bad advice concerning the mayor's records retention policy, and that Herrera had approved the retention policy. The task force of the Ethics Commission should order the city attorney to revise records retention policies in every city department to comply with 34090's 2-year retention period. In addition, the task force or the Ethics Commission should direct Mr. Herrera to immediately revise the Good Government Guide by specifically ordering that Section 34090's 2-year retention period be added to every city department's record retention policy, and that every city department head should be notified of the change in adding Section 34090 to the Good Government Guide. So you still have a lot of work to do. I commend Mr. Petrellis for having taken on the mayor of the city, because everybody knows Mayor Edley is the puppet and Steve Caba is the puppet master. Everybody knows that. Caba has been doing that since he served for Mayor Willie Brown and subsequently Mayor Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom was also a puppet master, while Chief of Staff Caba was the presumptive mayor, and it's time you pull out your sunshine whip and whip Mr. Caba.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. This complaint is against Mr. Kawa and the mayor's office. And while Mr. Kawa is not a department head and under the section can't be held liable for willful violation, the mayor, as his immediate supervisor, certainly can. If I'm somebody's boss and they do something which is illegal, I am responsible for their illegal behavior. And my failure to prevent that, and my allowing staff to do what they did, which is apparently for convenience or whatever purpose they gave, delete official records, then I'm responsible. As far as Mr. Wolf's comment about getting inside people's head, we don't have to. All city employees are required to take sunshine training. The presumption then is they know what the requirements of the law are. And are we saying that Mr. Kawa, in the position he holds, is so dumb that he can't figure out that calendars are something he's supposed to keep? Then it comes up to what do we do with a supervisor who doesn't want their calendar shown. So what they do is they delegate to an aide to keep a calendar for them. But because they're not a department head, they can go ahead and delete it. That way they can get around the requirement that they keep a calendar and then produce it. As far as referrals to ethics, I think having that conversation is ludicrous. You always get into these things about, oh, we really need to change the law, we need to do this, we need to do that. Everything that goes to ethics, only one has ever been actually sent anywhere, and that was to the mayor, and the mayor ignored it. So the basic, if you base any of your actions on the idea that ethics may or may not do something with it, you're just, undercutting your own position. And the last thing I'd like to say is, kicking it down the road doesn't make any difference if you're in this same situation next time as you are now. If you get 6 or 7 members, which seems to be pretty much the norm here, all it takes is one person who has to leave or one person who recuses themselves, and the whole thing falls apart. But I will come back to it again. In this particular case, this has to go and be to the next agenda, because bottom line is you're supposed to at least give an appearance of fairness. And I've said this over and over again. If somebody shows up in front of a panel that's supposed to have 11 members and they have to get 6 out of the 6 that showed up, that is not equitable. It's not fair. It would be like saying, oh, I'm entitled to a jury of my peers, but we only have 7 people, so we'll just go ahead and hold the trial anyway. What I'm saying is I don't really see any difference next month if you hold this. You may be in exactly the same situation with his complaint, with my complaint, because you will do nothing and have done nothing to get the members you have to attend these meetings.
Is there any more public comment before we take a vote?
There were certain conditions that the mayor's office had in attendance of this meeting today. I couldn't read it because the book was with somebody else, but one of them is that Steve Cowell was supposed to be here. So if you could repeat these conditions when you continue it next time, so it's there, it's clear, it's on the public record what it is.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Member Pilpel?
So I can't quite tell. Is there a representative from the mayor's office still here? Could you come forward? Thanks.
May we close public comment before we take?
That's good too.
Yeah, let's close public comment.
Carl Nacita with the mayor's office.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
So you'll recall from the minutes and from our discussion last time that we asked for those three things. Can you tell us just very briefly about the calendar that we got? Because again, there was no context to it. There was no covering memo, covering email, anything.
Sure. So because of the request, I sent that calendar to Victor to provide you in your packet.
Okay. It might be great if you could either provide some more entries or just a cover that explains what it is. Sure. And can you give us just a second on the redactions here, who was out of the office and how that's working?
Sure, yeah. I think that's a personnel matter.
Okay.
People that call in sick or have vacation plans, so that's why that's redacted. Though we do keep staff who are out of the office on Steve's calendar.
Okay. Obviously, some staff, not all city staff people, but
Correct.
Some key people that he may care about. Okay.
Yeah.
You might want to provide some citation in the memo or something for a basis for redaction. We're not making a records request in the way of a public records request, but were you to get a public records request, presumably you would provide the record on this, like this, and provide a justification for withholding. So I guess I'm sort of asking for that.
Sure.
Okay. The request for the previous version of the mayor's records retention policy?
So my colleague Kirsten might be able to speak better on that, but we did look for it.
Yeah.
The person who we thought had it is no longer with the mayor's office. We asked her to check, and she didn't have it in her possession.
Okay. Could you perhaps check with the city attorney retirement, the other folks that signed off? Maybe
absolutely.
they kept a copy?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, it's... Again, I don't want to get too far down that, but it's probably a good idea to keep a copy of the record retention policy that got superseded in case a question like this comes up. And just finally, our request that Mr. Cava attend, is that possible next time?
I will ask him. He asked me to attend today since I manage his calendar and update it.
That's all
in that sense, know more about the procedures than he does.
Okay.
Which is why I'm here.
I mean, obviously, we've provided notice, actual, constructive, all of that. There's obviously a possibility that the task force will find a willful violation and send this to ethics, and then, we're off to the races. But I think it might be helpful for Mr. Cava to explain not just what we've seen in writing, but to tell us his version of the story. And I don't know, maybe that's useful to members. I think, in this case, it would be helpful, and perhaps we can continue to schedule this as the first item, so it would be at 4 o'clock or immediately thereafter, and that might be useful. I mean, I'm certainly not interested in, the trial of Steve Cava here, right. But I think to the extent that there's information that he might share about his thinking, not just, what he told you, but why, and some broad or appropriate context to the thing, that might help. Sure. That's all.
Member Wolf?
So you explained the redactions for out of the office and cited that as a personnel issue. There is one redaction that's not that, which is on Tuesday, March 3rd, 1:25 to 1:30, call regarding film, and then SP, and then it's blacked out after that. Can you speak to why that was?
Sure. It says film SF,
yeah.
And I believe it's a cell phone number.
Oh, that's a phone number.
It's a phone number that was redacted, yeah, of the department head at Film SF.
Right. Thanks.
Member Romold.
Ms. Robbins.
So I have a couple questions. Sure. Did you know that before you got Mr. Petrellis' request that he had been requesting calendars from city officials?
I wasn't aware of the extent, though I do know, and maybe it would be useful for you, that he has requested Steve's calendar in the past, maybe for a specific day, maybe for a time frame that we have responded to that had been within our 2-week procedure, which, as noted, we have changed.
Okay. And can you tell me what other types of records you guys destroy on the 2-week basis, or any basis for that matter?
I think we follow our records retention policy that outlines the requirements for keeping certain records.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I get that there's this policy that's in place.
Sure.
And obviously, within that category 4, there are a number of different kinds of records that fall within that, perhaps some folks would be surprised to know you all have interpreted to fall within category 4. So I was interested to know, what else was being interpreted to fall within that category.
I don't know. I don't feel like I could speak for the whole office on that.
But just in terms of your duties, is there anything else that you're destroying on a 2-week basis, or any type of basis for that matter?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay. I mean, there's things like notes that I would make, and maybe a voicemail message that I would write down.
Right, and throw out or whatever.
Right.
Okay.
Member Pilpel.
Again, not to dwell on this, brief notes of like things to do, call Miguel over at DT regarding some such and such.
Right.
I can understand not retaining that. Substantive notes from staff meetings, however, all of these things that are on the calendar, check in with Jason, meeting with rescheduling, blah, blah, blah. If there are substantive notes that you or Steve or somebody are taking during those meetings, are those being retained as sort of records relating to a meeting?
I will ask. I'm not in most of these meetings.
But, for example, the meetings that you're at, if you take notes relative to the content of that meeting, not, is that stuff that you're currently holding on to? At least for a period of time?
Certainly I have my notebook that I keep.
Okay.
Once it's full, I would get a new one and keep this to reference later.
It'll be good for the book.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So, and things that are required to be kept per the record retention policy and schedule, whether it's contracts or various other things.
Sure.
Your understanding is that those things are being kept.
Absolutely, and in fact, we do a yearly, if not twice yearly, check-in with the city attorney's office, who goes over, in addition to the sunshine training that we're required to do, they go over our records retention policy itself, which allows staff the chance to ask questions for clarification.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think that's good enough for now. I think this sort of raises a lot of broader issues about records retention, not really about the mayor's office, but about the city generally and how things are defined and examples and whatnot. And I think some of that is within our purview, some of it is not currently, but it raises some really interesting policy and operational issues. But thank you for your cooperation. That's my pleasure.
Okay. At this time, could we have roll call on the motion to continue?
Or without objection?
Or without objection? Without objection?
A motion to continue the call of the chair. The motion passes without objection, with member Eldon, Copra, Haynes, and Fisher being absent.
All right. At this time, I'd like for us to take a break of about 15 minutes. I realize that there's some folks here waiting patiently for item number 3. But several of members need to step away at this time, so thank you.
Elect the city.
The regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is called back into session at 7:01 p.m. on April 6, 2016. Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda?
Item number 3, file number 16003, complaint filed by Jerome Roth on behalf of the Blue Ribbon Panel on transparency, accountability, and fairness in law enforcement against the San Francisco Police Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.21 and 67.27 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner, and failing to provide justification for withholding information. This matter was heard at the last meeting of the task force, and it was requested that the parties work together to create a timeline for production of records. I believe they did contact each other. However, I believe there's some disagreement as to the adherence to the timeline at this time.
Okay, and I ask that this be on tonight's agenda because of the timeliness of it. So, At this time, since we've already heard the matter on its merits, why don't...
Quick question. Did we actually do an order on this yet? Because the minutes say that we did. I'm not finding an order in the file. Victor, did we finalize one?
Yeah, it's not clear. I thought we did find a violation.
If I may, sorry.
Yes.
Nicholas Fram for the Blue Ribbon Task Force. You did issue a proposed order of determination on March 22nd.
Mm-hmm.
How does that get finalized, just so I know? Or is that final?
Did we not? Victor, did we not?
Did we not vote on it?
I think we did vote.
Let me look into the matter. Give me a moment.
Okay.
I think we voted on a thing, but we haven't yet finalized the order.
And I think in the interim, the police department was going to provide some...
Yeah, we asked for some other stuff, but I think there's an order that...
Yeah, I thought we voted on it. I thought rather than put this off to compliance and amendments, we wanted to hear it as soon as possible because of the timeliness of it.
It was referred to the
So we sent it to
EOTC. However, the parties told me that they were working together and they thought that they had it resolved.
Mm-hmm.
So I did not put it onto the EOTC agenda.
Oh, okay.
Afterwards, I received a request that the full task force rehear the matter.
Okay. All right.
I would be happy to provide a brief summary of what's happened in the last month, if that would be helpful.
That would be great, yeah.
Okay.
So what is your understanding of the status of this?
Sure. Again, Nicholas Fram from Munger, Tolles, and Olson on behalf of the panel. I didn't want to speak out of turn, although I do love the Warriors as well, so we agree there. So we last appeared before you on March 2nd. Just for quick background, this public records request was filed in December 2015. The task force asked us to do two things. One, they asked for a letter from the SFPD setting out timelines for production of documents for the remainder of the request. They asked us to sit down together in the same room and talk to each other face to face so that we could better help each other better understand the request and prioritize items. So both of those things happened. So on March 4th, and this was attached to the letter I sent, I have copies if needed. The SFPD sent the task force, sent the panel a letter outlining timelines for many of the remaining requests. On March 9th, I went down to police headquarters and met and conferred with Lieutenant Woon and Sergeant Siriaco and Youngblood, and we spoke for about 2 hours about the requests. We acted in good faith. We withdrew some items. We narrowed some items. We told the department which items to prioritize. We sent a letter memorializing the understandings reached in that meeting on March 11th and asked the department to get back to us immediately if any of the understandings were different than what we had memorialized in the letter. And then we heard nothing. We heard nothing from the department. There were no productions, no letters, nothing until March 24th, which happens to be the day after I contacted Mr. Young. I sent a letter to Mr. Young and said, we haven't heard anything. We'd like to get back on the agenda for April. You had initially put us on the committee agenda, but because we were optimistic that we were going to work through this, I wanted to save your time, and I asked to be taken off of that. That I notified Mr. Young of the day of the meet and confer when I met with the police department. So at that time, leaving the meeting, which was the Wednesday before the Monday committee meeting, I thought we wouldn't need, it wouldn't have been productive to appear at that time because we were optimistic that we would get documents in a more expeditious manner. So where we are is there was another production on the 24th, the day after, where the SFPD produced some documents and said they were also adhering to their timelines in their March 4th letter on other documents. I'm happy to speak to whatever you think is important right now. What I think is important right now are two things. One, the timelines in the March 4th letter, we just think were still too long. Some of them, one of the timelines was 10 weeks from that date, in which they had already had our request for 12 weeks, so double the time. Some of them were for 6 weeks, so we're still waiting for some of the documents that they said 6 weeks from March 4th they would produce. And some of the deadlines, at least one of the deadlines, they've not complied with. So in one instance, they said they would produce documents within the next 4 weeks. That was on a request that we subsequently narrowed to actually make it easier to produce the relevant records. And 4 weeks expired April 1st, and we didn't get any documents responsive to that request. So that's where we are now. I also understand there's been a leadership change at the police department's legal division. So sort of right in the middle of this big process, the person who I had met with and established rapport is now no longer there, which, as you probably well know, has the potential to set things back. And so that's where we are. I don't want to bring up the exemption issues that they've invoked. Those are, we've made clear that we'll deal with those on a separate track.
Okay, Vice Chair Hyland.
Is that March 11th memo in our packet, or?
It should be. So
Page 123.
Yeah, it's there.
Here.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. What you might not have are the March. There's the March 24th production letter from the police department, and then our responses. Oh, you do have that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Page 126.
Great.
And your response on March 30th. We got that.
Oh, great.
So what you hang out, I think, I certainly have questions for the police. Can we get to that?
Yeah, let's hear from the police representatives this time.
We don't have Sting, but we do have the police. That's good.
Hi, Lieutenant Catherine Wallens from Police Legal.
Welcome.
So you're new to this position, I take it?
Yes.
Okay. So you've heard what Mr. Fram said, and you've been working with him for the past couple of weeks, or?
I have, this is the first time I've been in the same room with him or spoken to him. Our staff has been working on this request daily. We're getting stuff out slowly. I know we just did another release of documents this morning. It's just very voluminous, and we're doing the best we can because some of the things aren't easily accessed. It's not just something we can copy and may have to be reviewed, redacted. So we're just doing the best that we can to comply with it, with the timelines that we set out, and continue delivering documents on a rolling basis.
Can I ask a few questions, and then if you have anything further, happy to hear. When did the change in personnel happen? When did you land there?
The 14th.
Okay. And Lieutenant Woon is now elsewhere?
Yes.
Okay. Not coming back for the moment, so you're in charge?
Yep.
Okay. Did you have a chance to sit with him and talk about the status of stuff and things, including this particular request? Have you had an opportunity? Okay.
I've talked with him about it, yes.
Okay. Is he still available for you to consult with about?
Not for the next couple of weeks, no.
Because he's
out of the country.
That's
so,
a problem. But he'll be back.
He'll be back, and we're in communication.
Okay.
I had to get up to speed on the PRA stuff, and it's a new.
Do you have any background in public records, or are you a lawyer or anything?
Nope.
Okay, but
So
you're
this
learning.
This is all new to me. So everything that comes in, I have to ask the legal assistants to really explain it to me.
Okay.
Consult with attorney.
Okay,
just
and
to
you've
wrap my
been
head
in
around
touch
it.
with the city attorney? Sort of, not?
Sort of, yeah.
Okay, you guys have not had a chance to sit down yet?
No.
But you will?
Yes.
Okay. And you certainly have sat down with Sergeant Siriaco and Youngblood to get their take on what's going on? Yeah?
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit,
A little
okay.
bit, yeah. It's been very, it's been.
It sounds like you've
been
had a busy
busy. Yeah,
3
it's
weeks,
been
and
busy.
and this isn't the only thing on your plate.
Yes, this is not the only thing. But
Okay.
we are working on this, and I do have one of my legal assistants that's, she's always working on it. She's always coming to me, asking me about it, putting stuff for me to approve, but sometimes it does take me a little while to read through it. And
Brizeta, not Brizeta?
Brizeta, yeah.
Okay, so she's still on this along with the
she's still on
sergeants?
it. Yes.
Because we've never been entirely clear on the relationship between Brizeta and the sergeants and your command structure. the police department is an interesting place.
Yes.
Okay, so how does any of this affect the commitments that the police made at the meeting a few weeks ago and the commitments in writing? Because there were, we had asked last month for a production schedule and a sit-down meeting. Those things did happen, and that's to the good. But to the extent that things aren't happening on the schedule that was laid out, can you talk about that a little bit?
Well, we've been fairly close to the schedule, I believe, because a lot of things were around a month and they were provided within a month, maybe a few days late. So I think we have been adhering to it. I don't think they, like you said, some of the things they thought were too long, but it just is this whole process to gather these documents and review them and then submit them, and then I have to sign off on them, and maybe out of the office. And I still need to review them, so I have to come back in and to do that.
Okay, so there's nobody else that can do that in your absence. It all has to go through your. I'm not questioning.
There was something that went out this morning because I wasn't available. Some of the documents did go out, but I'd already discussed them with
Okay.
But yeah, I should be signing off on these.
Okay, but you're trying to come up with workarounds on some of these. Okay, do you see any other major obstacles that we should be aware of, that the complainant should be aware of, as to production, other than just gathering, reviewing, pulling stuff, figuring out the computer queries, the whatever? There's a lot going on here.
Yeah, there's just ways of trying to figure out how to, where is this data being captured? Is it possible to search for these things? We're waiting on stuff from IT.
Okay. Is there someone in IT that's the point person for you on this, or it varies?
The director.
Okay.
And then she has to check. I'm not.
Is that
there's
Susan?
so many things in this request, and with it, 19 things. Within the 19 things, there'll be A, B, and C. So.
Is that Susan that's on this?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I know that we did ask her about some of the things, and just going back and forth for some of the data, because it's not a document that we can walk over to, make a copy of. And they're asking for data to be gathered or created, So we're working on that, and then some things will be withheld per the
appropriate
if it falls under the
exemptions.
certain exemptions.
I guess for me, and maybe I'll just recast my current thinking on this, is that there are sort of three buckets of issue here. One is the instant records request, which I think admittedly is big, but goes to the information that they need for the panel to do their work. The second are sort of the underlying issues that the panel is dealing with, and apparently there was stuff that came out in the last week, and there are people down the hall speaking to the police commission about that and whatnot. So, this is, an area of ripe controversy. It's not like nobody cares about the underlying issues, quite to the contrary. And the third for me is really the fact that all of this information, I think, is of import, but is kept in different places in different systems. And if we, are trying to find this, we have to pull all those files and then run a query and see if the information was provided to the Brady Committee, and the Brady Committee does this, but the chief does that. There's a lot of sort of police internal procedural stuff that I'm understanding from just reading the documents that you might take back to the whole command staff and say, maybe there are other ways going forward that we could track this information, both for our internal purposes and because we know there's public interest, and so that we could comply with this stuff easier. And really, do we have to keep this, I've got to believe that there's
we're working
on. And some of this is Susan stuff, and some of it is bigger. But I've got to believe that there's like some old computer out at the academy that somebody's doing a thing on that nobody else has the password to, and part of it is. And I don't know if that's true, but I believe that that's the way the police is.
Yeah, the software is extremely outdated considering the area we live in. Everything has to go through these city bids. It's not great. I've talked to members of the public before just about it, and they're like, can't you just scan stuff into Google Docs? And it's like, we really can't, because the stuff has to be put out to a bid, and then it's here.
And I don't know if any of this is part of the city's justice project, but maybe there's an opportunity there to coordinate some of the data, and there's like the whole crime data warehouse. There's a lot of different systems and procedures.
I'm working with Sergeant Youngblood right now just to we have to create masks so that moving forward, we're capturing the data.
Okay.
But to try to go back, with a system that hasn't even been created yet, to do
Right.
stuff in the past. So we definitely, as we're moving forward, things that are, we are trying to capture new things.
Okay. I mean, I didn't want to dwell on those second and third things, but just
Yeah.
so that you're aware, so that if there's a request like this in a year or 5 years, because there's the belief that officers are doing ? That we have a better way to respond, because this really is taking a lot of time. I mean, I'm not saying that the request is bad, Mr. Fram, understand, but that we don't have a good way to pull this information, which really is sort of useful information. So all of those systems and procedures things, I hope are things that you're able to bring back to folks and say, and if that means a request to the city through the budget process and whatnot to get new things, great.
Yeah,
You know?
I think Crime Data Warehouse is like a step in the right direction. I mean, I've been in the
Right.
department for 16
But that's
years, so
only-
I've seen like 4 different report writing systems. So it's better than anything we've ever had. So, but it can't go. We can't go to prior to it.
Right.
And
Is there anything else that we can do to facilitate? Would a further letter from the task force to the chief or the commissioner, the mayor, or, God's assistant or somebody saying that you need additional staff, if someone else were detailed to you to help, would that facilitate or expedite
I don't
production
believe
here?
so. I believe we were actually asking for more staff, but the staff is budgeted in different times of the year than now, so
Understood.
we're not getting anybody. We have to do it like next January or something to get somebody
Right.
in July.
But the chief could
2017.
also say, let's take somebody from Richmond and send them to you for 3 weeks to help. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to find ways to expedite or facilitate the production.
Yeah, we're working on it. We had a meeting today just to try to get our
Around
staff.
that.
Yeah, to
Okay.
get more staff. So we're working on that.
And for the 3 weeks, the 4 weeks, the 10-week stuff, the things that were committed within 2, 3, 4 weeks, did that all get produced today? Or some of it? None of it? I mean, we haven't seen any, whatever you sent over today that was referred to.
Yeah, I mean,
Was that the bulletin
Yeah.
that you produced? So the
Why don't you come up and then we can talk about bulletins?
yes, so I don't know if this was your innovation, but we really appreciated the department sent us over a index of all of the department bulletins,
Which we got.
that we could go through and we could identify which ones we wanted, because there's a lot of bulletins in there that we don't need to know when the physical fitness tests are. And if the department had given that to us in January, that would have been really helpful. It could have probably saved you a lot of time, saved us a lot of frustration. There's a more fundamental point on the bulletins, which is the department often makes policy through bulletins, so those should really be easily accessible.
And why aren't they on the website?
Why aren't they on the web right next to the general orders? I understand that some need to be redacted at times, and some of the ones produced have been, but if the department's making policy through bulletins, those really should be public. So if the task force is inclined to take further action, I think that would be a constructive recommendation. I guess that was the production today that you asked about.
Okay, that's all that came.
So I think what came today, and I haven't seen it because I have been here, and if it got out the door today, it's probably going to get to us tomorrow. Oh, okay. On the letter yesterday, it said it was coming in a disc.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're working on it. And there's things like there would have been, so if you asked for all the department bulletins from 2010 to now, that would be like over 1,000, for someone to go through, evaluate. So we have to come up with ways to okay, how are we going to do this? And I think we are showing good faith by
I think the
figuring
index.
out how do we do this?
I think the index was good, and I think to the extent that they selected items from the index, someone went back and pulled those, and if they weren't subject to redaction, you just gave it to them. If they were redacted and then provided. I think that was all to the good. Maybe it happened later than it could or should have, but at least it happened, and so you're okay with bulletins.
Your advice, we actually segmented the bulletins into 2 categories, into very high priority ones and then ones we wanted. And I think we got the very high priority ones tomorrow.
Is there something like an index that could be done for some of the documents that you've given the exceptionally long production schedules for?
So I think the bulletins was the 10-week one. That was before the index was produced to us. I think the other 2 long production schedules were the referrals to IAD and the Brady Committee and the number of officers investigated by IAD, which were both 6-week timelines. We're almost there, I think.
Can we
6 weeks
slow
is.
down?
Excuse me.
Sorry.
We have to take a pause. We just lost quorum.
We're at our bare minimum.
You all done it? Okay.
I mean, that's next week, so hopefully those come through next week.
In terms of outstanding production, it seems like everything has. I mean, I acknowledge you may have disagreements about withholdings, but in terms of categories of documents, it sounds like almost everything has been produced.
Yeah.
Okay.
Almost everything.
Mm-hmm.
We had problems with the timelines because we thought they were too long. Right.
But it turns out there was a big turnover in staff.
Right, which was not previewed.
No, there are other things too. I think it's sometimes hard to produce an accurate timeline. It's hard to know sometimes when you can produce something, how long it's going to take.
I mean, in a lot of ways, I think this is, what do they call it, the perfect storm of issues, that you've got kind of a big request on some fairly sensitive stuff, some of it, not all of it, but some of it, turnover in staff. Police legal never really has the staff that you need to appropriately deal with stuff, because you either get a lot of stuff or not so much, or you're dealing with other court issues, you know. And the police is notably confusing in terms of how it keeps its records all over the place and who's in charge, and everybody's got to sign off before anything goes. You know, there are a lot of, again, there's sort of a confluence of issues. But to the extent that there's some good faith here to try to get through it, I think that's helpful. And I hear that in Lieutenant Wayland. Walland? Walland, okay. Sorry. Is there anything else in terms of prioritizing or reprioritizing stuff that would help, or are you good with sort of the priorities that were laid out in your meeting and the back and forth letters?
Yeah, I don't think there's any additional prioritizing or reprioritizing that that needs to happen. You know, we just hope that we get the documents that, and the police department has promised that we would. When we asked to get back on the agenda, we hadn't gotten anything. Okay. And one of my understandings with Lieutenant Woon coming out of the meeting was that if we worked with him to prioritize, we could actually get things faster than the timelines set out in their March 4th letter. And we included that in our March 11th letter, that this was our understanding. The police department didn't say otherwise. And then when we heard nothing for 2 weeks, we thought, what do we need to do to get this moving again?
So,
I would just say to the police department, it's good practice to stay in contact with the requester in situations like this, where voluminous.
We had presented, so I didn't know that we were falling behind at that timeline, you know, because we were looking more at, you know, April, based on the 4-week production timeline. So, and everyone was trying to bring me up to speed. So it's like learning another language. It is another, you know, I mean, every part of the police department is different. Every aspect, I've worked in many different ones. So this is the first time I had to deal with public records and the laws surrounding that. So I'm trying to get up to speed.
Okay.
So I'm just thinking of where we go from here. I did find in our packet at page 179 what's listed as a proposed order of determination. I think that's what you spoke to. And this is signed, but it still says proposed. So maybe if we can...
It needs to be corrected.
Yeah, maybe if we can just dress this up and make it a final order, and maybe add Lieutenant, I want to get it right, Walland?
Walland, yes.
Ah, yeah, okay. And probably Chief Sir as well. Normally we notice the department head as well. Remind me, in the current structure, it goes, how does it get from you to the chief who's in between, Deputy Chief so-and-so?
Sinus and...
Okay. And he's currently admin?
He's...
Or what are they calling it now?
Yeah, I don't...
Okay.
I don't even.
He's the chief of staff.
He's the chief of staff.
Chief of staff, okay. The old Tom Sawyer position? It's changed so many times.
Yeah.
Don't bother,
Yeah,
okay.
I don't try to keep track. I
think Lynn Tomioka
I put
had
it in a
that.
box and then it goes to someone.
Was it Lynn Tomioka just before?
I don't
No, all right, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we need to notice that person, fine, but certainly the chief. We don't do this kind of check-in on a thing. We just send it to committee and hear it there. We could certainly farm this off to a committee to continue to monitor. We could continue to hear this on request. Either,
I think we should.
We've got some options.
Okay, let me take over here.
Yeah.
I think that we should schedule this for the next compliance and amendments, and maybe sometimes what happens is the matter is all resolved, and there's no need to have that meeting since you've checked back in now. But we'll go ahead and put that out there so that you know that's a possibility.
Next compliance amendments is April the 19th. Is that too soon?
That is too soon, yeah.
Would you consider the EOTC or?
Well, when are the next production deadlines?
So, the 4 weeks from the date of the letter was April 1st, so 6 weeks would be the 15th. So the 19th would be only a few days after that 6-week period.
Would that be a good date?
I think that would probably be a good date.
Okay.
So if that works for the chair. Of course, if we want to be cognizant of your time. If we receive the production as expected on the 14th and there's nothing to update you and we don't have to bother you again, then we will let you know. I know last time there was a deadline by which we had to notify you. I don't know if the 14th is past that deadline.
It's right on it.
Right on it.
Yeah. Whether or not we do that, I still wanted to reserve at least two other things. One is the possibility of objecting to the exemptions, because we talked about that before, and I think we were sort of leaving that aside for the moment.
We are leaving that aside for the moment and considering whether pursuing other options still makes sense.
Okay. I mean, if there are some real meaty things for us to get into at some point, I think we would, and we'd hear from both sides.
Okay.
So,
One thing we might do is bring this back to the next full task force meeting. What's the agenda look like for May? I don't recall.
I'm sure it's full with the continuations from today.
Yeah, right. Okay.
or again, if it's not ripe for the 19th, but something manifests in the week following, you can make a request like you did 2 weeks ago, and it could be back here.
Right.
And so
if that pleases the committee. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's one thing is the potential for objections to the exemptions in the future, and the second is if you can sort of keep track of the policy changes, like I was talking about, the policies and procedures and technology, and posting the bulletins and things like that. Because at some point, I think we should have kind of a big list of like what we learned out of this and what the police could do better. I mean, I'm not saying that you're doing anything bad, but maybe there's some lessons here, and maybe there's a request for technology or staff that we learn from this. So I'd like us to be able to get into that sort of at the conclusion. I don't think there's a need to do anything right now. I mean, they've got stuff up on their website. There's stuff that's not there, blah, 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 right? But if there are things that you think would be useful and, we can decide whether they're a big burden or not a big burden. But that's probably worth talking about. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Referral to the 19th?
Right. Referral to the 19th.
This matter, the chair has. I'm trying to think of the action.
I think we should make a motion.
Yes.
Do I hear a motion to refer this to compliance and amendments on the 19th?
So moved.
Second.
Any public comment on this motion? Okay, seeing none. Without objection.
Matter is referred to the Compliance Amendments Committee, April 19th meeting. The motion passes without objection.
Thank you. See you again.
Thank you.
I can apologize. I misunderstood. You're not going to take public comment on this item as a whole?
The chair asked for public comment. I don't believe anybody responded.
Public comment on the motion to continue.
Refer.
To refer to the compliance amendments. We didn't do anything else.
I'll be honest, I wasn't clear. You were saying maybe the next task force meeting is this. I didn't know whether that was the only motion or not. If I had known, I would have made public comment.
Just let him make public.
Okay, go ahead.
There's an old phrase, who will watch the watchman? I find it kind of ironic that I hold an order of determination several years old against the SFPD for failing to maintain the index of records, which they still don't do. And now we're hearing in this particular case that, gee, they just sent us an index, and if they had sent us the index earlier, we could have moved along quite a bit faster. So I personally find that kind of ironic. I hear the lieutenant saying, well, you know, I'm new and yada, yada, yada. And it unfortunately seems to be whenever somebody new moves into a position, everybody underneath them loses their institutional memory. This has been something the rest of the people in the legal department at SFPD have been dealing with for quite a while, and I don't think it should take them that long, if they're competent, to get the lieutenant up to speed. The other thing is that even though it doesn't sound like it a lot of times, I understand your idea that, gee, if we work with the departments, then maybe we can get production of records or compliance or whatever it is. But sometimes the reason I get angry about it is that it actually seems as if you are developing a separate law for certain people. The law says the production is due in a certain time and a certain time frame, and yet here we have a thing where they've been allowed to establish a timeline, which everybody is sort of not saying, but sort of accepts, well, this is a lot longer than it should be. And bottom line is, what it comes down to is I cannot produce the documents as long as I, at some point in time, produce the documents. It was the same thing with Luis Herrera. I made a public records request, and it took him 19 months and 2 petitions to the supervisor of records in the city attorney's office before they finally gave the last production of documents. And then they were found, oh, okay, we'll absolve you now. The fact that it took you 19 months and the fact that part of the documents you were withholding were the basis of the FPPC complaint against the city librarian didn't seem to fall into it. So it's almost a rewarding of bad behavior. If you take a long time, if you drag it out, if you whatever, then as long as you eventually give the documents, even though it might be something that is produced after it's needed, when it's too late. The police department right now is under a lot of scrutiny, and they are infamous for not producing documents and protecting themselves. And they make the legal department is nothing but a maze. I've had them tell me so many things that are a violation of the ordinance and the California Public Records Act. It's amazing.
Okay.
This matter has been referred to the Compliance Amendments Committee.
Okay. So would you call the next item on the agenda?
Item number 4, file number 15167. Mr. Petrellis verbally withdrew this matter earlier today at this meeting. How do you wish to proceed with this?
I think he made clear that he was withdrawing it.
Yeah. We indicated that we had found violations and but he said, forget that. So we are. Member Wolf?
Can a complainant verbally withdraw a complaint, or does that have to be done in writing?
This was on the record, so I do accept verbal withdrawals over the phone, and I confirm via email. So I do accept verbal requests.
Okay.
Complaints have been withdrawn at meetings before?
He said he was going to do it in writing, too. So.
maybe we can send a confirming email, but we've taken withdrawals at meetings before.
Right.
Through the chair, what do we have to do to consider it withdrawn?
We'll just make that statement and we can move on.
Right. I don't think we need a motion or a discussion or anything.
Why don't we take 4 and 5 together then?
Yes. I'd just like to reaffirm that Mr. Petrellis verbally requested that item number 4 and item number 5 be withdrawn earlier today at this meeting.
Probably a good idea to send an email just to confirm.
I will also inform the complainant that of the action.
And the respondents.
Okay.
Item number 4 and 5 have been withdrawn.
Public comment?
Item that has been withdrawn is no longer in the hands of the committee, but you can take public comment if you wish.
Sure.
Ray Harris, Director, San Francisco Open Government, and very honestly, I think this is a very convenient way to clear your calendar. Frustrate the person to the point where they just get fed up and walk out. And that's what happened with Mr. Petrellis. And, he was just as entitled to an ADA, consideration as the other two that got it, that pushed his whole thing back. And very frankly, the bottom line is whether it is your intention or not to hurt people, you do. You put them in positions where they feel like they're not being treated fairly, where they aren't being treated fairly, and when they say it, you take umbrage. You act, and then when I get up and say something about it, saying I agree with the fact that it wasn't handled properly and I understand Mr. Petrellis, then I'm the bad guy. But the bottom line is, when you come to this task force, especially with Mr. Young, he will do anything he can to discourage people from filing a complaint, and he never, as far as I know, does anything to assist them. He will give them a form, and that's the end of his responsibility. He will not help them fill out the form. He will not help them do with the law, nothing. And very frankly, when they come before this task force and can't get you basically can't decide whether or not to show up because it's questionable whether any of you will show up. And it's not just a one-time deal, it's an all-the-time deal. 6 members or 7 members show up if you're lucky. And that puts people in a position, I have to get an 85% win of the votes to win, and the city has to just get one person to vote the other way. And at some point, when people get so frustrated that they do like Mr. Petrellis does and do it, then you all sit there and you act surprised. Oh, why is Mr. Petrellis so upset? You try being out here getting that treatment for your complaints, being told years ago that we appreciate you bringing these things because they need to be brought to the public's attention and they need to be dealt with and corrected. And here we are talking again about the fact that I have an order of determination years old about the index of records. Basically, Mr. Petrellis withdrew his complaint because he just got fed up. And you don't seem to have any understanding or any appreciation of that at all.
Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda?
Item number 6, file number 16005, complaint filed by Charles Pitts against the San Francisco Police Commission for allegedly violating Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.25A by failing to respond to a immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. The Compliance Amendments Committee recommends that the task force has jurisdiction and to find violation of Administrative Code Section 67.25A and B for failure to notify the requester by the close of business on the business day following the request that additional time was needed to respond to the immediate disclosure request.
All right, so this was heard in Compliance and Amendments. Member Eldon chaired that meeting. I was the other member in attendance.
I was there too as a non-voting member.
And
If you'd like me to summarize.
sure, yeah, refresh my memory.
Yes.
I'm feeling fried right now, to tell you the truth.
The police commission did not believe that the request for public records was a valid IDR, and they did not believe that they needed to respond by the end of the next business day, due to the voluminous nature of the request, and they treated it as a normal public records request without informing the complainant that they were doing so.
Right, yeah, I'm remembering now. So they just looked at how much information was being requested, and without letting Mr. Pitts know anything, decided to handle it as a regular request.
And I believe I was there, but not as a voting member. And I think the thinking was that we weren't questioning their choice to handle it not as an IDR, but just simply not informing the complainant or the requester, Mr. Pitts. And I think there continues to be a bit of a disagreement between us and the police and perhaps the city attorney on whether or not a notice is currently required under the ordinance, but I think our interpretation or suggested interpretation is that
An acknowledgement needs to be made.
I'm just saying
An IDR is something that the requester characterizes.
Right.
And so it isn't up to the department to say this isn't a valid IDR. It's up to the department to let the requester know we cannot possibly get you all this information within 24 hours.
And
This is our plan for getting it to you.
Yeah.
And none of that was done, so.
which doesn't seem unreasonable. So I think a motion would be in order to accept the committee's recommendation, find the violation, and I would just add that we should, Rachel was misspelled here, but we should also copy Chief Sir, the police department. Oh, and this, wait a minute, this proposed order, the CC on the bottom, page 331, it would be Nick now and not Jerry. But it's also not a Petralis complaint. This is Charles Pitts.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Charles Pitts and.
So with all of that, I would so move to accept the committee recommendation and find the violation.
Second.
Is there any public comment? Seeing none, Mr. Young, would you call the roll on this, please?
On the motion to accept the recommendation of the committee, Member Rumbold.
Aye.
Rumbold, aye. Eldon, absent. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Haynes, absent. Fisher, absent. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda.
Hold on. Do we need a referral? I think not.
No.
Okay, no referral.
No, we talked to them about the matter.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Next on the agenda is item number 12. Hearing, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force 2014-2015 Annual Report.
All right. I just wanted to check in and say that I've started reviewing the draft and have work to do. So I feel remiss in that I haven't completed my work, but now that I'm publicly out there feeling ashamed, I'll
Through the
be
chair.
working on it. Vice Chair Hyland.
I've kind of cleaned up the version that you see here, and I'll send it to Victor, who can send it to us so we can look at it. But I think what might be helpful is maybe just to go around the horn for 10 minutes. And what we did last year was to highlight some of the, I guess, more important work we've done over the last 18 months.
Right.
Certainly this calendar issue should be one of them. And
The civil grand jury report, for sure.
yeah, we should, just highlight those so they're just mentioned and referred. I believe, Mr. Clerk, that most of this information is captured on the website in some shape or form.
Yes.
In other words, order determination and whatnot, but maybe that's a good place to start.
Yes, I can find the references for you and provide it to you.
Okay, so
If you can give me the subject matters you wish to.
Well, that's the issue. So looking at our website, can we just pull up? I mean, can you give us, let's say, orders of determination, a list of all of those, for instance? That would be helpful.
All the orders of determinations are on our website.
They're already there.
yeah, they're there.
That's what I thought.
Right.
So maybe we can just go through that as a group and just pull out what we think should be worth mentioning again on the annual report, just to save you some time. So where is that on the website, Victor? I'm looking at it right
It's
now.
under documents.
Yeah.
Here we go. Okay.
Towards the bottom left-hand side.
There we go. So,
Right, we could highlight the,
so looking at 2015, for instance, right? Because we're covering 15 and 16.
right.
End of 15.
I think
Because
that's
of the
14,
end-
15.
Right,
Part of 14 too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
so 18 months, actually.
Yep.
Can we talk about that for a second?
Sure.
I don't think we're going to adopt the thing tonight. I think we're continuing to work on it, and hopefully we'll have a final for adoption next time.
Right, that's the intention.
I would just ask if we can just add to the time frame slightly, just as we did 2 years ago, to do a full 2-year report. And so just add a couple more complaints and whatever happened in the last 6 months so that we're carrying this on to like actions through today. Because I think it would be helpful for those of us that are up for reappointment, and so that the board can, at roughly the same time as they're considering reappointments to the task force, see what we've been doing.
Yeah.
And whether they like it or not. And I would say, frankly, even if we don't have an approved report at that time, if you have the latest and greatest draft, if that can be made available so that we're sort of reporting to the board on what we've been doing. I mean, arguably, we should do an annual report
Yes, we
annually,
should,
and we
right.
didn't. But at minimum, if we can get something in a better state
So
in the
through
next
the end
couple
of
weeks.
April,
Maybe through the end of March.
through the end of March,
Okay.
right.
Whatever. But
Yeah.
so that's
Or including tonight.
I think you should include the Kawa case that we're working on.
That's fine.
Oh, yeah.
important. So maybe end of tonight.
Our high profile, well, even though the one that we just heard, this was
Yeah.
the blue ribbon panel. It's another,
Yeah.
I mean, and maybe there's an opportunity to just go through the agendas from the last 2 years and the things that you think are big deals. I mean, I think we've done sort of different versions of the annual report over the years. I think if we're doing something that's a little more thematic, like things that are a big deal, we spent a lot of time last year on email at the Board of Supervisors and voluminous requests and things like that. I mean, I think calling those items out and saying we sort of thrashed through a lot of that is useful. And I don't think there's anything wrong with some of the language on page 5 of the report, 523 of the packet, and the following page on both short-term and long-term issues for the task force. And I think, you as chair would do well to include what you think
right.
is going well, not going well, and things for the future, particularly since, et cetera.
The other piece of this I think it's important to include is any of our letters or memos we sent to departments.
Okay.
Those ought to be attached. Those are, where we've identified systematic problems. Those in particular need to
And
be
there were
in
a
here.
couple that you and I authored. Yeah.
Yeah, no, those things ought to be there for sure.
I think we could either include them as attachments if we don't have them on the web, refer
Yeah.
to all of that. Yeah.
And Member Rummel's 7-page order of determination ought to be there too.
I mean, the PUC case with the lighting, I mean,
Yeah, there's
we've done a lot, actually. Doesn't seem like it, but we have. Anyway.
Okay, so let's, do I have a motion to continue this to the next meeting?
But there will be progress. This is.
Oh, yeah, there has to be.
Motion to continue.
Second.
Public comment on the motion?
Are we continuing this date certain?
Yeah, date certain.
Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government, and there's an old expression, what if you gave a party and nobody came? I've heard a lot of good suggestions about putting the CAWA matter in there and the blue ribbon panel matter in there. I would suggest cover letters, especially, and two different ones. One to general departments. The others would be personalized to certain people like the mayor and other people where you've had a case that was significant, and say, we are forwarding this report, this annual report, to you as you and your department were specifically mentioned as a major item in this annual report. And hopefully maybe that might get at least one or two of their attentions and saying, this is not really something that I particularly like to have happen to my apartment, to be mentioned as having been a big issue before another body. And that's simply, if you're going to do the report, it only makes sense if you make the further effort to ensure that at least some more people will read it. And I would include, if possible, a news release to the press, and simply say the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has issued, and since you've already got press coverage on some of these issues, has issued its annual report, and it does cover and touch upon some of the items that have been in the public attention most recently.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Seeing none, without objection.
Matters continued to the next meeting of the task force without objection. Next on the agenda, item number 13, file number 16006, hearing proposed amendments to and updates to the Administrative Code, Sunshine Ordinance, Chapter 67. We have received a memo from the City Attorney's Office regarding the proposed amendments. It's in today's packet.
All right. Is there anybody here from the City Attorney's Office? Well, we have DCA Cola. Okay. So this document was produced at our request. We, as a body, asked, it was then DCA 3 to review the latest version of the proposed amended ordinance and to opine about various legal issues and anything that was noted that would be helpful to this body understanding what was being proposed. So there are different types of issues raised. I've reviewed it several times. Members, any comments? And then we have two members here from San Franciscans for Sunshine who I think maybe we could address this as we did before, invite members of the public to speak for 5 minutes each, and also maybe, or unless, and member, or DCA Cola, if you'd like to introduce this. Maybe introduce this first, and then we'll invite Rick Nee and Bruce Brugman up to comment if they want to.
I don't have much of an introduction for this. This is something that was drafted from the other side of the ethical wall, and it's something that I've only briefly read over. But I think if members of the public want an opportunity to comment on this, I think we should just segue straight into that.
Okay, this is interesting. Because I had asked DCA 3 as our attorney to comment on this, and then he wasn't able to do so before he left. So that's what we were expecting, but it turns out this is also instructive, and so this is not what we expected we were going to get. We thought we would get. Which explains a few things to me, by the way.
On that?
Okay, so Member Pilfall.
So I understood that we had asked for a review of the text that we were presented, and we sort of got that. I was interested in DCA Cola's comment just now that this was from the other side. This isn't, I don't think there's a screen on this matter. The screen only exists for cases where there's a case before us and the city attorney advises departments, and Nick isn't that guy. He's reviewing stuff independently for us. I think on this as a legislative matter, it's sort of the advice of the office generally. And I'm sorry if Nick wasn't involved in the drafting of this. My understanding is that Jerry had some hand in it, but then he sort of handed it off as he left. I read this to mean that there are some legal issues and potential problems with the draft that we saw, and I'm interested in hearing from Rick and Bruce on that. I did not read this to mean that the city attorney was against sunshine, against amendments, or whatever, but that there are some sort of interpretive and practical issues in addition to some sort of big overarching charter and allocation of powers questions. But I didn't, and I think this only spoke to those kind of legal issues presented. I don't think this really got into more of the practical stuff about how the amendments would work.
Right. No,
for
that was
whatever reason.
that was my understanding too.
Right. But I think it's of some value, and I think we should have some dialogue about it. So.
Absolutely of some value. I also wanted to say that the version that was reviewed, so I've explained this before, but just to remind everybody, we have a compliance and amendments committee, and the amendments part of that means that that committee is charged with, and the Sunshine Ordinance itself says one of the functions of this body is to propose amendments to the ordinance to strengthen it. We can't do anything to weaken it, to strengthen it. So when I came on the task force 8 years ago, there was already quite a lot of work had been done by the Compliance and Amendments Committee. And so there was a 2008 amended ordinance that was passed by the full task force then. And but there was no mechanism or no way to move it forward, or that didn't happen. And then subsequent to that, there was the Compliance and Amendments Committee drafted some additional amendments. And that was more, the 2008 was a lot of going through and cleaning up some language and inconsistencies and so forth. The 2010 version, and there were some substantive things, but the 2010 version in particular was more substantive and very targeted. And we had many hearings, and Rick Nee was chair of the Compliance and Amendments at that time. And so, again, those amendments were passed by the full task force. And so we had this, twice amended, full vetting and so forth version. And then in 2012, a group of people, Sunshine advocates, former task force members, current members, me, one of them, were meeting to see if we could launch a ballot initiative. And while we were at it, we thought, well, we'll add some more things. And that was done, in my recollection, it was a careful process, but it was also the vetting hadn't taken place as had taken place before. There were no hearings and so forth. So some of what is in the version that was reviewed by the city includes that more recent stuff. And then also the current Sunshine, San Franciscans for Sunshine, are adding some additional things that wasn't even a part of this, but that we've talked about before. having to do with who nominates members to the task force and so forth, or the commission. So that's the story here. So at this time, Rick, if you and Bruce would like to speak.
Good evening, task force members. Richard Nee, former member of the San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, and I am participating on the steering committee of San Franciscans for Sunshine. Referring to the memorandum of April 1st from Mr. Zarefsky, there are a lot of very useful things in here, things that that very well merit the attention of San Franciscans for Sunshine, the people who are drafting the amendment, series of amendments that we hope to get on the ballot this November. There are some things in here, though, that I would take issue with. For instance, on page 2, toward the bottom, section 67.10B. The provision appears to go beyond existing law, which permits an employee to request an open hearing where the hearing is about complaints or charges brought against that employee by another person or employee. I don't see where there's a problem there. If a member, if a city employee or a department head wants to have that kind of a proceeding in public, why not? What's the problem here? I'm really at a loss. Top of page 3, section 67.24B. This says each city employee has a duty to respond to inquiries from the public. And if read literally, encompassing every employee, etc. I don't see where that's going to be a problem in the way that the city attorney describes. The city employee has a duty to respond. That's it. The city employee responding to a request isn't necessarily the one responsible for producing the documents. He merely responds to the request, and I don't think that's unreasonable.
I have a question.
Section 67.20, right under there is 67.26C2. This requires the names of all applicants for a department head position or a seat on a city policy body be disclosed. That's already disclosable. So where is the, where is the problem there? It says this could present a legal concern in the form of violation of privacy rights of applicants. Fine. So, you make that part of the implementation. Each department or agency or entity or board or commission makes that part of the implementation. Again, I don't see a problem there. Section 67.32, this states that general descriptions of categories or classes of records shall not be used in the index to records. Standard may be impossible to meet. Well, how does one define general? What are the standards to define what is or isn't too general? Again, this may be a point that the city attorney raises that's certainly worth considering, but I think there needs to be some more specificity to what the city attorney is saying there. Section 67.38C, that's the carve-out to attorney-client privilege that's already been invalidated in the court. We could leave it in the the amendments package, and again, there's a severability clause at the end of the amendment of the ordinance anyway, so that would certainly take effect. There are other areas that I would want to address, but I see that my time is pretty much up, and I don't want to usurp that. So I'll for the moment, I'll let it go there.
I just ask that
Excuse me.
be allowed to take some or most of my time, because he has a lot of specifics.
We can just ask him questions, right?
Well, we can ask him questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
We want to hear from you, too,
And we want to hear
Bruce.
from you, Bruce.
Can I follow up with Rick?
Right.
Rick?
Member Pilpel.
A couple of things. I mean, again, what I took from this was, to the extent that you may go forward with the thing, that the city attorney appears to be concerned with language so that there is less ambiguity, certainly room for us to interpret things, but arguably less room for departments and city officers to say, well, I thought I was complying because, this language is a little squirrely, and to try to, narrowly tailor or have more specific language where that's possible rather than just a big concept. So on some of the points that you just discussed, I think there are privacy rights of applicants for city positions or appointments to boards and commissions or department heads, and to just say that all applicants to everything should be notified that the fact that they applied to be a thing or on a thing will be public would disadvantage the city potentially in its hiring or selection practices. And I'm not sure that that's I think that's a policy consideration that you should think about.
If somebody is applying for a position as a department head, or if somebody is applying for a seat on a board or commission, where does letting the public know that application is being made violate the person's privacy?
Because they may not be selected for that position, and the fact that they are seeking that or considering selection for those things may disadvantage them in their current position wherever they are.
What if they had a job and they were applying for a job with the city? And so you discourage candidates from applying for a job just because they don't want the fact known that they're applying.
Okay, thank you. Point taken. Okay. In the case of
that's an example.
In the case of somebody applying for a department position, I see your point, and it's a very valid one. But when it comes to boards and commissions, that's already out there in the public record. I mean, if you go to the city clerk's office and say, I want a list of people who are applying for the Ballot Simplification Commission or the Ethics Commission or Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, it's there. It's public record.
And I bet, Rick, that if you ask the mayor's office who they're considering for appointment to various vacancies on boards and commissions, they wouldn't necessarily disclose the list of everyone who's applied or everyone they're considering, and they'd have some rationale for that, and we'd argue about it here. So I don't think it may be more cut and dried with the Board of Supervisors since there's a public appointment application and appointment process, but for other appointing officers, that's not necessarily the case.
Okay. Thank you. That's this is something we can take back to San Franciscans for Sunshine and hash it out.
And I think that's kind of the point here, is that we're trying to make this thing work. And I don't view this as an adversarial thing. I think this is everyone trying to get good language.
No, I don't view it as adversarial either. But
so as another example,
but there are points that I'm going to take issue with.
That's fair.
I'm not saying it's adversarial.
Fair enough. So a couple of the other points that you raised, the language, each city employee has a duty to respond to inquiries from the public. Again, sort of taken literally, does that mean that if I ask a Muni bus driver or a rec park gardener what their departmental policy is on blah, 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 that they're obliged to go find that out and answer it for me? I don't think that's your intent, But read literally, if you hand an IDR to a bus driver, right? What does that mean? It just.
Understand.
Okay, so maybe you can find language that better accommodates what you're trying to get at, which I think is, or whatever it is, right? That employees that are charged with responding to records requests shall do so, or something like that. Okay. The language about the index to records, general descriptions or categories or class of records shall not be used. Well, okay, so then does that mean that every single record that the health department or the PUC or the police department has to be described in the index in excruciating detail as to exactly what that thing is? So every single piece of paper, not just, the fact that they have monthly budget reports, the January 2016 and the February 2016 and the March 2016 monthly budget report has to be specifically called out. I mean, I get that you want more specificity in the index. I want that too. But to say that you can't use some kind of generalized description of a record type may defeat your goal.
Maybe there should be guidance as to what we want to see rather than we don't want to see general descriptions.
I mean,
we want to see an index of records that characterizes what's available and with enough specificity that a member of the public can readily find what he or she is looking for and know the types of information that's available, something like that.
I think some of the language gets to that now, but that section on index to records, much as I've been involved in that over the years, is particularly wordy and redundant and repetitive and redundant. And so if there's anything you can do to make that better, that would be to the good. I'm not averse, for example, for the department index to records, or for that matter, the department record retention and destruction schedules to be subject to the approval of the task force. You might want to think about that, because then we could say, well, looking at these categories of records, or however you've described it, does this make sense to us? Would we be able to find something in here as reasonable people? So that's something to think about.
There might also be some kind of language about searchability, too.
Sure. No question. And finally, the thing about the Grossman case and the use of the attorney-client privilege as to sunshine, et cetera, yes, you can leave that in there with the understanding that it's subject to the severability clause, blah, blah, blah. To the extent that it's already been found invalid, I think it's unnecessarily confusing to leave things in the ordinance that we know don't work. So, you may have things that you want to happen, some of the charter and allocation of powers things. You might say the Board of Supervisors shall pursue changes to that end, or blah, 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 blah. But again, I think it's confusing to everybody to leave things in there that absolutely don't work or wouldn't be operative.
Except,
I could say more, but
well, we sort of, when I was first going through this, I thought, they only came up with several things for open, meetings, and only 4 things for public records, and there are lots of changes in there. I thought, we're doing well. And then I get to charter concerns. And those are weightier, of course. So I'd be interested to hear, Rick, your take on these, or Member Rummel's.
We're still talking about the attorney-client carve-out?
Or other things in here, I mean.
Right.
Oh. Well, I do have some other things, but again, as far as that particular part of it, one of the, shortcomings of the California Public Records Act is that it doesn't have that carve-out, and I would love to see it put into either the California Public Records Act or the city charter, which would automatically then make, bring it back to the ordinance. then, of course, the Board of Supervisors would have to very quickly add it to the ordinance. If we leave it in, this is damned if we do, damned if we don't. If we leave it in, it's severed. If we take it out, then it has to be put back. It might have to be put back in at some future date if that kind of a carve out is put into the CPRA or the charter.
Rick,
and that it could happen. I doubt it, but it could. Who knows?
Rick, I don't want to wordsmith this whole thing tonight because I just don't.
Because it's getting late.
Well, among other things.
Among other things.
But it would take time to go through each provision. And you know that I'm up for crazy things like that. But think about things like, to the extent otherwise permitted by law, the city attorney shall make advice on compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance, Public Records Act, or Brown Act public. Right? So if it is now, great. If it becomes required in the future, that's fine too. But again, to the extent allowed by law, they shall, or required, right? So it states a policy goal that all of that advice, whatever it is, should be made public.
Okay.
That's good, right? It can't hurt.
Good suggestion.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's excellent. Yeah.
And I could go.
Okay, go.
Okay.
Do it. Go
No,
through
that's-
it.
Well, I mean, again, I don't want to belabor this, but there are both these legal issues, and we haven't really talked about the practical implications of doing some of the other provisions in here. And there are technology, there are cost issues, do we really want to print a mountain of things? There's how do you reasonably interpret the goal where you've sort of laid out a goal or a process. But there are lots of people, whether it's the police or other folks, that take this stuff very literally. And it's like, if it requires us to do it, we'll do it. If it doesn't require it, we're not doing it. And we have a lot of trouble, as you recall, as you know, getting people to go beyond the letter and do sort of the better thing.
Understood, and a lot of those points are raised in here. Again, a lot of the points that the city attorney has put in here are very valid points, and we need to go back and look at them and deal accordingly. So I agree with you.
And I don't know what your time frame is on this. I thought the clock was ticking.
It's very quick.
Right.
Yeah, it's very quick.
I mean, we could, if it's helpful to the cause, make a follow-up request to the city attorney and say, beyond the legal issues that you analyzed here, could you comment on the practical issues that are presented for our consideration? But if that's, well, I don't know. I mean,
I'm not sure if the city attorney would want to do that, but
they might just flag the things.
Somebody like the clerk of the board, for instance, might want to weigh in on the practicality of some of these things.
Could, and some of these things apply to different departments differently.
Yep.
But I'm just saying, if you're going to go file a thing next week after having a final meeting on this, then there's not much more we need to talk about, and then you're off to the races.
I would urge you as quickly as possible to, with all of your experience, weigh in. Send your comments to me, please. Seriously.
I'll try. I mean, give me a sense of the timing here. I mean, is this literally in the next week?
Yes, literally in the next week.
I'll do what I can. I can't promise to do much more. I mean, Member Rummold, are you?
Member Rummold has reviewed this already and had some valuable suggestions.
Not on a line edit.
No.
Okay.
And your idea of having, and it's kind of in line actually with a recommendation by the civil grand jury about having a panel of attorneys who are members of the Sunshine Commission be the ones that hear complaints. And so the way we're looking at the new constitution of the task force, there would be attorneys that would do that. We thought that was a really good idea.
We would need, though, a third outside organization to have nominating rights for an attorney's seat. Right now, we have two. We in our draft, we have the Society of Professional Journalists and the First Amendment Coalition. And I don't want to get any, I'm not trying to get any commitment from Member Rummel through the chair. I'm not trying to get any kind of ironclad commitment from Mr. Rummel here, but perhaps the Electronic Frontier Foundation would be interested in having nominating authority over an attorney's seat.
I would be surprised if that was something that we wanted to do as an organization, simply because as an organization we might at some point submit a complaint or use the Sunshine Ordinance in some way. So I think we would be unlikely to do that. An organization that is an easy one for attorneys is the San Francisco Bar Association. I mean, I'm sure they could come up with someone.
Well, the EFF already declined on a seat for somebody with tech expertise. So, but this is separate. I mean, this is another kind of another bailiwick. So, but I understand what you're saying.
I think if I could make just a broader comment, though, and that's what I was hoping that my comments would be interpreted as, and that's that the ordinance itself is such a monstrosity of legislative drafting already. It is just stuff piled on top of stuff that is internally inconsistent. It makes it incredibly difficult for the government to understand it. It makes it incredibly difficult for people attempting to use it to understand it. It makes it very difficult for us to interpret it. And I worry that any attempt to pile more on top of an already seriously troubled ordinance would just compound the problems that already exist, instead of saying, okay, we recognize that this thing is not working particularly well. Starting from scratch, what can we do? And that is honestly...
It keeps the intent.
Yeah, exactly. And in my view, what these amendments are just that. They're amendments, right? It's tinkering around the margins, when what the ordinance actually needs is cutting it all out and putting something in its place.
Well, we had that once back in '93, and then the Board of Supervisors proceeded to water it down.
Right. No, I certainly understand that there are political obstacles to doing something like that, but that is why I was hesitant to really weigh in on a line edit basis, because I think there are already significant problems with the ordinance.
Yeah, and that also makes me somewhat hesitant to spend the next week doing that when I've got other things that I've committed to. And, at the same time, I want us all to have an ordinance that's readable and that works. I'm not sure, I agree with Mark, what we have now has a lot of good in it and has a lot of stuff that's complicated and problematic. I think this set of amendments has a lot of good in it and also has a lot of stuff that's problematic. So it's a bit of a conundrum as to whether this really is the vehicle to try to fix right now, given all the stuff that's going on. I mean, even tonight, we've done some good things, but this hasn't exactly been a model of you're doing a fine job. It's just, we've got difficulties here, and I'm not sure that this fixes all of them. I'm not sure that you can fix all of them with legislation, but to the extent that you can,
I think a lot of.
I'm not trying to pour cold.
Well, I think even what Mark's idea about having this, the lawyers on the commission hear the complaints. that's something that doesn't really have to be baked into the ordinance. This is implementation. I think there's a lot of work that can be done on better implementing this, and I think that's really what the task force ought to be working on. Instead, we spend all of our time with complaints and hearings. We don't have the bandwidth to do more creative, system-wide work that would make everybody's life easier. Like working with the police department to finally get a usable index of records. I mean, Mr. Hartz is absolutely right. That's one of the first cases I remember because I was flabbergasted, This doesn't seem like a big deal. Well, and they're one of the better ones. There are other departments that have not a clue. So, that's the kind of work but that's all implementation. That's not the ordinance. And I think that, Member Rummel, the early work in 2000 that was passed in 2008 and then in 2010 in particular, that was an attempt to clarify and clean up and, with all the strikeouts, and it looks like a big mess. But a clean copy. I actually produced a clean copy for Alan Grossman. I just sat there and I was watching a ball game and, whipped it into shape. And once you clean it up and read it through, it's. But anybody who can give us some bright ideas going forward, it would be appreciated. Particularly on ways this might conflict with the charter, because I think, like I said, reading the first 3 pages, I thought, these are small matters. And then I get further along, I went, I don't agree with this. But, there's one matter in here that has been pointed out to me by someone reviewing this, about the set-aside in the budget to fund the task force. And that's something that I know won't fly with the League of Women Voters. It just flies in the face of everything, everything that we do in terms of, not having earmarks. And it's just, so, that could be a problem. So things like that are big.
When and this is, we're talking about a number 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, right around there, at the surreptitious request of Supervisor Wiener, the budget and legislative analyst surveyed all city departments on the cost of sunshine compliance. And the figure they finally came up with was $4.27 million a year, which came out to about 0.6% of the total city budget at that time. And of that figure, of the $4.27 million, about something like $997,000 was attributable to the local sunshine ordinance and the operations of the task force, which, based on the population of San Francisco of about 805,000, that worked out to approximately $1.25 per resident per year. Pretty good deal, I would say.
Yeah, we earn every penny.
Just on the budget and cost issues, the 0.75%, yes, it conflicts with the charter, but it sort of is kind of a random number out there. Maybe it could be higher, it could be lower. I'm not sure that tying it to part of the board's budget, it's an approach, it's not the only. For a variety of reasons, I would say that just as we have kind of a lot of political dialogue in San Francisco, we have elevated things like sunshine and CEQA appeals and apparently, parental bonding and whatnot. We've made like a big deal about things that I would say, for a variety of reasons, matter less in other jurisdictions. And, there are choices that people made and continue to make about that, and there are consequences from that. So, we can, for example, have a big staff and investigate things and research and all kinds of things. The city can spend money on other things. How those choices are made about resource allocation is complicated. Some of that is, I think, appropriately left to electeds. Some of it, perhaps not. I mean, that's why we have certain set-asides that some of us like and some of us don't like. There's no perfect solution to any of this stuff. And although I would agree strongly with your comment that, and I've said versions of this before, as long as this body, whoever's on it, however it's composed, is primarily complaint-driven, we will continue to be primarily complaint-driven, and we'll have less to no time to do proactive, policy-driven stuff, whether it's cooperatively with departments or on our own or whatnot. I think we would do well to do more of that, but I think that's near impossible the way we are currently case-driven.
I agree, and again, it's a matter of rethinking how we do our work. And Member Wolf.
Is there another way to write that? I think it's written as 1/2 of 1% is the budget. There's the part where it specifies how much money would be allocated for Sunshine Ordinance in there.
That's the 0.75%?
0.75%.
Okay, well, I don't know if there's another way to write it.
Well, what I was going to suggest is if you were in, because it sounded like the League of Women Voters would have concerns about that, if you were to just outline that these must be covered by payment and then establish a consequence if there isn't enough money in the budget, to essentially do the same, have the same action, but without actually carving out a slice of the budget.
Without putting an actual number on it. Right. Actually, there is language in our draft talking about creating certain staff positions, and also there is language in there stipulating that the mayor and the Board of Supervisors shall appropriate sufficient money to enable the task force or the commission and its staff to perform their assigned duties satisfactorily. There is language to that effect. Doesn't give a dollar amount, doesn't give a percentage of budget amount. It just says this is what's going to happen. This is what the mayor and the Board of Supervisors must do. Make sure it works.
And I would just advise on that when you include specific numbers or use the word appropriations or shall appropriate or shall allocate, that's when you start to run into charter conflict about the budget and fiscal provisions. When you say the city shall assign at least one staff member or at least two staff members to do certain things, and you're more clear about the work that needs to be done and shall provide sufficient resources to enable that work to be done, I think you're in a better place than talking about dollar amounts or appropriations authority.
Yeah, and we have the language for that.
It is, and at the same time, one of the problems is that, if the Board of Supervisors or the mayor want to sabotage the work of the task force, right now they can and they do by by understaffing, et cetera. And I'm not casting any aspersions here on Mr. Young or Mr. Cola. But the fact is, the task force used to have a full-time deputy city attorney. He attended all meetings, was there for the duration, attended all committee meetings, was there for the duration. Now, Mr. Cola, or whoever the deputy city attorney is, must leave at 9 p.m., and does not attend any of the committee meetings. And that's,
we're trying to address that through other means, maybe successful, maybe not. Mm-hmm. I think that's more of an issue of how the city attorney allocates general fund time, and I'm learning more about how that works. I can talk about that later. I don't think that's an attempt to sabotage or whatever. I understand that people have different views on that. Could we have more Victor? Could we have less Victor? I think some of the staffing issues are actually slightly less important than our own participation. I think there's only so much that staff can do. We only have 6 members here out of 10 currently appointed, 9 only really participating, and people do have other conflicts and issues. It's difficult to get enough of us to a meeting. That's a problem, and hopefully you're not setting up too many barriers to getting people with time on the body that can spend the time to do this work. I mean, that's really as much or more of an issue, in my view.
And I don't know if this is something that can be addressed in the ordinance itself.
Or here, for that matter.
Or here, right, exactly.
I mean, the more you require, and the fact that people aren't compensated, I mean, I think at a minimum, everyone should have a free Muni Pass, or to the extent that they're driving, have free access to the garage. That would help. And frankly, in terms of a thing that you could put in the ordinance, I feel very strongly that not just us, but members of boards and commissions should have a city email address, and that any city business that's on email should go through that city email address. That would address some of the San Jose case issues, some of the other stuff that we heard about in the last month, whatever that technology thing was. It doesn't deal with everything, but you could write in here that all members of boards and commissions shall be assigned a city email address, and all city business shall be done on that address, period. That would be good, I mean, there are things like that that would reduce the ability to do things on private accounts and private devices. Anyway, I'm sorry.
That's actually something that's being worked on.
Great. Good. Okay, anyway,
Through the chair, just to give you some of my thoughts, I like the idea of lawyers because they move the discussion along, they stay on point. But lawyers,
so do journalists, by the way.
Yes, they do too. But coming from a family of lawyers, their life is not their own. So I'm just worried about increased absentees, if we have more lawyers in the mix, rather than people that can actually do the work and be here, even though may not be as qualified. Anyway, one thought. The other thought I was going to put in was, I'd love to see some, institutional capital invested in this body through the DCA and through the clerk. In other words, you see some commissions having, people who've been there for 23 years. That's a great resource at the end of the day. Whether they should still be there or not is another question, but it would be nice to, in the 4 years I've been here, we've had several rotations, both of DCAs and clerks. They've all done a great job. But it's nice to have someone that's, going to be dedicated for a while, that can sort of carry that institutional torch, especially when we have a big changeover and we're losing people, and kind of keep things moving forward. Now, I don't know if that can be word crafted in as well as part of the request, but treat us like another, city body. Give us the resources consistently. That's what I was going to say.
Can I just add one other thing to that? I think there's also, I don't know, maybe a shared responsibility. I talked before about members attending. I think, and I'm going to be very honest here, I think we have a frayed relationship, not really currently amongst the members of the task force, but between the task force and complainants, between the task force and the city attorney's office, and between the task force and various city departments. I think we've all got to find a way to rebuild trust and working relationships, even when people occasionally disagree, or from time to time will disagree on interpretation and whatnot. I think we've got to have some more positive working relationships here, because there are a lot of things that just aren't working in that way. And again, that's a shared responsibility. It's not just us showing up, it's the Board of Supervisors taking seriously their appointing authority.
Well, one thing the proposed amended ordinance is attempting to do is to have this body be more independent of, so that it's taken more seriously, changing its name to a commission, not a task force, which seems to suggest it's around for a few years and it's done its job and it disappears. And having the ability to hire our own attorney who doesn't work for the city attorney's office. And so making this body more independent and less of a
And you saw
odd duck. Oh yeah, they had some things to say about that, but that's part of the problem. I mean, recently there's a lot of bad blood because a few years ago we were all fired because of a decision we made. So there's a lot of bad blood around. Getting better, I think.
I think in general things are slightly better in that regard, but they ebb and flow around here. I mean, almost on a day-to-day basis on some of these things. And there's a lot that happens outside of these meetings, whether it's reported or not, that affects these relationships. I'm being pretty honest here.
Wrap up.
Vice Chair Hyland?
Just going to say, should we start to wrap up a little bit?
Yeah, I think we should. Any more questions for Rick? Bruce, do you have anything to?
I'd like to hear from Bruce.
I'd like to hear from Bruce, too.
Well, I don't want to draw this out any more than I have to. I'm Bruce Bergman, retired editor-publisher of the Guardian and something of a founder of the task force and the Ordinance. When Terry Frank gave me the original document that became the Ordinance, it was a nice, big, fat, many pages. And I said to him, Terry, you've been doing this for a long time. Why do we have to have such a lot of pages? He said, well, this is very complicated stuff. You're going to get in the middle of a lot of bureaucracy at City Hall. You're going to have this, you're going to have that. And you've got to have a document that covers all kinds of stuff. And besides that, when we go into City Hall and we start testifying, they're going to start knocking things out. So we want to put things in there that if they knock it out, we'll still be able to have an ordinance, we'll be able to have a task force. And that's exactly what's happened. Through the years, all the things that we're talking about here have come to pass. We're down here at the end. And it's nice. I always loved, I appreciate David Pilpel's invitation for me to appear now and then at the task force, because I come and I'm always glad to see it. I appreciate Ray Hartz and Peter Warfield and the gang that come. But this is a people's court, and there is sausage behind it in terms of the ordinance and how it was put together. But it really is bumping along and working in an odd way. It has had some real serious problems, particularly when essentially the Board of Supervisors created a vendetta against the task force on the Park-Merced vote and fired everybody. And I remember when Allison appeared before the board as our first returning member, they asked her, did she believe what the city attorney said? Or do you believe what the city attorney says? And I forget exactly what she said, but she finessed it very nicely. What I would have said was, look, we're not going to take anything the city attorney says very seriously until they start to enforce the Raker Act in 1914. It puts the city in violation. PG&E is an illegal private utility, on and on and on and on. Serious issue, but you never see the city attorney working on that. They've got a nice little proposal here. I won't go on about that, but the point is that the only problem, the real problem I see here in the ordinance or in the draft is the problem with the charter amendment. Should these things be in the charter amendment? We'd like to have them in the charter amendment. We'd like to have a charter amendment. The problem with the charter amendment is that it costs a lot of money to do it. We'd have to have 40,000 signatures, all kinds of stuff. It'd be a $250,000 campaign. And none of us have that kind of money, and we don't think that we can raise that kind of money, so we're doing the best that we can. And so I think David Pilpel has the right idea, which is to craft some language that works as well as it can to make that point. If the city attorney comes in and knocks it out, all they do is make the point that we do need a charter amendment, maybe 2 years down the road, to deal with this and give us the same power that the Ethics Commission has with their charter amendment. There's no reason we can't do that, except for the fact that it's a $200,000 job. Now, the key thing here is that all of you folks are independents, individual citizens, coming down here and doing a hell of a lot of work for not much money. Not any money. David has the right idea to get a free pass now and then and something into the parking garage. That cost me $12 tonight, prepay, because there's some sort of an event at the opera, I guess. But the bandwidth here is very important, and if we can get through the idea of a paid executive director and an attorney, maybe an executive director and an attorney in the same spot, and some sort of a clerk, we would then have real presence here inside the building, and we wouldn't have to count on a part-time person from the city attorney's office and the clerk's office and so forth. We would have our own group. It would be a commission and not a task force. It would signify that we mean business. We could put some strictures down on attendance. If people aren't going to come, we'll remove them or suggest that they leave or boot them out. We'd do something to get rid of them, and we'd bring people in who are serious about the issue. In other words, there's enough here to go on. Now, interestingly enough, we were called in to...
Bruce, can you tell us what was interesting enough that you were about to tell us?
No, I had the bell. Should I mention the session we had in Supervisor Peskin's office?
Why not? Yeah.
Wasn't off the record.
No.
I don't do off-the-record things anyway. So anyway, this is interesting. And it may be politically significant, but we were called in, mainly Allison as the chair and Rick Nee as one of the key members of the San Franciscan for Sunshine, and myself. And Lee Hepner, as the aide, talked to us for actually about an hour and a half, about a proposal that he said is floating around City Hall to have a 21-member open government advisory committee to work on reforming the task force, have something ready to go for the 2018 election, and as a charter amendment. Obviously, the bells start ringing when something like that comes up for obvious reasons, and undoubtedly our work on this draft proposal has helped push this out. And I think we all thought that, geez, what is he saying? He wants us to stop moving on the draft ordinance, or does he not? He said, no, that wasn't it, but they did talk about this. And the interesting thing, I said right away as a reporter, I never give up my reporter credentials no matter what. Okay, you want to talk about the 21-member task force. Where's the memo? This is a big deal to retake and try to redo the People's Court in San Francisco when it's taken all these years to get to this point. Bloodshed, blood in the water, all over the place. This has been a lot of people working on this. A lot of dead bodies lying around. Gee, there really aren't any memos. Well, where was there a meeting somewhere? Well, you couldn't find out if there was a meeting. You couldn't find out if there were records. You couldn't find out what the hell was happening. Obviously, somebody needed to file a disclosure statement, a meeting disclosure statement, and find out where the meeting was and find out the records. And according to an email I got today, that's what Patrick Shaw has done, has brought that issue up to the clerk of the board, who was rumored to be part of this group. So maybe, hopefully, sooner or later, you will hear from these folks. Maybe you'll have somebody appear, and they can explain what they're doing, or at least come out in the open and explain. Now, our understanding was at the meeting was that they're not trying to knock out the draft ordinance, although you never know, but it's full of, the Open Government Committee is full of 21 mostly members of City Hall who, as you go through the question, you find out that these folks feel that they're overburdened by the task force requests and dealing with these public records requests and meetings requests and appearing before the task force, and they want to be in on a policy that is more friendly to the administration. I would oppose that, of course. I think it ought to be more not antagonistic, but more firm in terms of disclosure. In any event, that's floating out there. So all these things are in the air, which have been created by the San Franciscans for Sunshine, by this ordinance, by coming to this group and having open hearings, which are very, very good. It's up on the website at sanfranciscansforsunshine.org. I urge you to go up and look at it. This was the original version. It's not the last version, but I assume when we get it done, that'll go up too. But after all these years, I think that we're on the right course here. I fully intend to push. I think the group is going to push to get this on the ballot. We've got to go out and collect the signatures. I've got a corner for you, David, to collect signatures. We're going to need your help.
Somewhere between here and the Farallons? Was that the
idea? This is going to have a very good effect, and hopefully bring more sunshine to San Francisco. And just the process itself will be very helpful. And if anybody gets any more information on the 21-member open government advisory group, I'd sure like to hear about it. I think a lot of people would like to hear about it.
Actually, Rick and Bruce and I have been invited to be among the 21 people, and we strongly urged that there be some members of the public, advocates, to be on there.
I wasn't invited.
Yes, you were.
No, I wasn't. I mean, I haven't heard from anybody.
No, during the meeting, he said the three of us could be on it.
Oh, we did? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't pick that up. Because I have no official standing anymore. I'm just a citizen from West Portal. A West Portal activist.
Well, there you go. You check a few boxes, actually.
Okay.
I would disagree in part. You're on my refrigerator, and I look at you every day.
That's good.
I still
Thank
have
you,
one of the
David.
magnets.
Thank you. I appreciate
my paper,
that.
Damn it. With the head, the disembodied head. It's great. I mean, I'm interested to hear about this body. I had heard something about the idea months ago, in part as a result or response or whatever, related to Prop E from last year that failed. My understanding is that there were some folks, and it was kind of a rumor sort of thing. I never saw anything in writing.
Well, I think none of us have, and that's why it was a bit surprising.
Well, in any event, I think there was an interest, if you will, in whether it was the David Lee measure or some other thing, to take some of the good ideas that were in there and some of the other good ideas that may be around and come up with sort of a package of good ideas that work, rather than wait for the next ballot measure, whether it's theirs or this one or somebody else's idea that might be well-intentioned but might or might not work. And so and this was months ago that I heard about this, and nothing's happened yet. So,
well, we had a meeting that happened.
Okay.
But I, as far as I know, I don't know anything more than what came out at that meeting, and I think an interesting point. I don't know. Maybe the task force should ask the city clerk or Supervisor Peskin's office to supply information. Come in and tell you about it. Why not? Shouldn't be a secret.
Yeah.
Why have secrecy to start out an open government task force? Why do it in secret?
Yeah, right, exactly.
So what I'm hearing, other than that, the last point about that thing, is that you're likely to go ahead with a measure that's some tweak of this version soon.
Well, there's a group doing it. It's not me. Okay. It's not.
Well, you're part of a group. There's a group.
Allison's the point person on it.
Excellent.
And Rick is the aging guru on it. Because he was on the task force for 12 years. I was there for 10. He took my place. And
well, I'm at 12 and a half, so I might have passed him by.
Well, you might.
In any event, I mean, I just think whether it's this approach or some other approach, it's important to try to get it right. And so I hope that my comments earlier were taken to that end. I don't know what the best course is to get there. I acknowledge that there's sort of some, as I said, frayed relations and some distrust and mistrust and all that. But I think it's important to try to get this thing in a better place and to try to get it right.
Yeah,
I don't know who's best to do that.
David, those are good points. My point would be, my word would be professional. My wife and I started a small business in San Francisco, a newspaper, and I was told we were crazy to do it. In retrospect, we were crazy to do it. We did it because through the power of ignorance. But starting a business, starting a nonprofit, starting anything in San Francisco is enormously difficult. Mm-hmm. Enormously difficult. Regulations and problems and all kinds of stuff. This is a difficult city to do business in. It's a difficult city to do legislation in. It's a difficult city to do what we're doing here in.
And probably harder now than 50 years ago.
So there's no reason for you folks to flog yourself endlessly because we're at this pass. I look upon it as a hopeful sign that we're at this pass and things are going to be better. And at least there are issues and points here in this proposed draft that'll help do that. The main one, I think the main one in thinking about it, is to get 2 or 3 paid people here whose job it is to make this work, rather than just 11 people doing the best they can in busy, busy lives in San Francisco, where it's hard for some of them to get here every week or every month for a monthly meeting. They would be right here at City Hall, as independent as we can make them, paid by the city, who would look out for our interests and who would not be subject to the discipline or the legalities of the city attorney's office or the city clerk's office, but would be trying to make the sunshine ordinance work here in the city. I think that would create an enormous difference. You'd have people you could repair to. The public could call up and there'd be somebody at the end of the phone to talk to them. There'd be somebody that could take them through and say, well, here's how you fill out a complaint. Here's how you do this, how you do that. When you get up there, be sure and watch out for Bill Pell. He's going to ask you a lot of tough questions. You better know what you're doing. They would be able to do that. And that would make an enormous difference. There's several other things in there that would make an enormous difference. We tried to put in all the practical ones that we can think of. And I came into this late. I was glad to find out that this had been going on for years, and they reached this point.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is hard to move on things. I explained the history of the document that we've distributed to all of you, and in 2010 we had a lot of good work there. It was like, okay, now what do we do? And Rick and I used to talk about this when we were riding Muni home after meetings. Okay, so could we go for the ballot this fall? Well, no, we'd need a whole lot more signatures because it was just after the general election. It was a matter of timing. And do we get and we had all this discussion this time around, do we get the board of 4 supervisors to put it on? And it's finally, you just have to say, well, let's take our best shot. And then knowing it's not perfect, and then, hey, 2 years from now, we could go for a charter amendment and solve a lot of problems.
Let me just say 2 other quick things, and I promise I'll shut up on this.
Yeah, we have to move on. We have some more on the agenda.
I think part of the problem, thanks, Nick, part of the problem right now over the Board of Supervisors is that I don't think we have a champion for Sunshine. There's no Mir Karimi over there. There's no Angela Aliotto, Kevin Shelley, Roberta Achtenberg. Those folks just aren't there. And the current generation, left, right, and center, I think are not particularly keen on this, and maybe because of some of the requests that they've gotten, but they've got other legislative priorities, et cetera. So there just isn't a champion there like there had been years ago. That's one. And the other, I'd encourage you to look at the charter provisions about the Youth Commission, of all things. That was another Angelo Aliotto project, actually. 17 members, one appointed each by the board, 6 by the mayor, represents da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
They are under the Board of Supervisors, but they have a staff. They've got 2 or 3 people that, a director, a community engagement, and a legislative person, whatever. So they've got staff support to help them, get into things.
That's
and
an
so maybe
excellent
there's a
point.
model there.
I actually had lunch with Angela yesterday.
Okay.
And we talked about the Youth Commission, and she talked about the draft ordinance. She's very fully behind this. She's busy in her own private life now as a civil rights attorney. But there are precedents for this, the Ethics Commission, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
This is not that difficult. It just takes some entrepreneurial skill and persistence here to make this work. There are going to be obstacles. We may or may not have opposition. I hope we don't. We had opposition. We had opposition from the mayor, from Willie Brown, the last time we did this. He didn't come out directly, but he spoke to the Democratic clubs, and all of a sudden they were all against us. And we had a lot of people against it. We still went and won because, as Angela said, San Francisco will always support sunshine. And we think they will again this time around, particularly because the activists here will not be opposing the initiative as we did last year, which was unfortunate. The whole thing, the whole initiative at that point was unfortunate, and it was too bad. But now we have a clean slate, cleaner slate, more sunshine in the slate.
Thank you.
Sorry to take so much time, but it's worth it. This is a worthwhile effort. This is the first and the best in the country in terms of a people's court on sunshine issues. People look to this. Go up to Terry Frank's website, Calaware, and you'll see the sunshine. He's written a whole thing on it, all kinds of things, and he refers to other sunshine initiatives that have gotten started throughout the state. They all use San Francisco as an example, and it's starting to creep out into other states. I mean, this is a major San Francisco-led initiative, which we all should be proud of.
Hear, hear. Okay. Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda? Or any public comment? I'm sorry.
Again, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I think Bruce, I intended to talk about this anyway, but Bruce touched on, I think, what is the most, to me, critical missing piece to this entire mechanism, and that is anybody who can assist the complainants. Most of the complainants come in here not even knowing that the Sunshine Ordinance exists until somebody they stumble on it somehow. And then they're given a form. And I'll be honest with you, I do a lot of cogitating about it. And I'm probably totally unfair to Mr. Young. For all I know, Angela Calvillo gives him 2 hours a week to work on sunshine matters and fills him up with everything else the rest of the time. And maybe the way he does or does not do things is based on that. I don't know. What I do know is that most of the people who come here as complainants are one of 2 categories. They're either people like myself who've been doing it for years and have finally learned some of the ins and outs. But the vast majority of them are people who have no idea what their rights are under the law, don't have any idea how to file the complaint, don't know who to actually send a request to. Like, if I send the request to the department head who then delegates it, if I win my case and it's referred to ethics, I can actually have someone held responsible because that department head is the only person who can be under the law. But where this really is bad, it's bad for the complainants who simply come in and what they do is they get here, they present the case, and then they sit here and proceed to listen to you tear it apart. Well, this part of the law doesn't exactly read that way, and this, it should have been this section or that section or whatever. And so they're sitting here just mystified by the whole process. thinking that they did something. I'm in the process right now. Back in November, I went to the Ethics Commission, and on their website it says if you're going to file a complaint with the Ethics Commission.
What up?
Oops.
The record saying there's a pause. Do you not do that? Or you do later?
I went to the Ethics Commission website, and it says if you're going to file a complaint with the Ethics Commission, our advice is to contact an investigator and discuss it with them so they can determine whether or not this is something the Ethics Commission deals with and so forth. So I got one of the investigators on the phone, spent an hour with that person trying to convince me that I didn't have grounds to file a complaint. I said that to him at the end, and he said, oh, no, I'm not trying to discourage you. Maybe we should have a meeting. So I show up for a meeting the following week, and there are two investigators, total surprise to me, and we spent the next hour and a half with them looking at the 24 orders of determination I have, telling me that none of them could be the basis of a complaint to the Ethics Commission. And finally, I said to them, I said, is that, aren't you the investigators? Yeah. Aren't you supposed to at least pretend to be impartial? You haven't even looked at this yet. And you're telling me all the reasons why it's not a valid complaint and why I shouldn't file it. I talked to Ms. Pelham, told her that, and she goes, oh, no, I'm sure they didn't mean to come across that way. That certainly isn't their intention or whatever. But that certainly was the impact. And you know me, I'm not the kind of person who is going to be discouraged by that. But I think 99% of the people who went to ethics would be. They would take the word of these people, oh yeah, they're telling me there's no basis, so I'll just go away. And I think, unfortunately, there are a lot of people who come here, they file a good faith complaint, really believing that they are being denied access to public records, or being denied access to make public comment, and yet they don't know how to work through the maze. And that's really what it is. I mean, all this discussion tonight makes it very clear that even to you, this is a maze. It's a difficult, complicated, whatever. And sometimes I do get the feeling that there's a lack of appreciation for the average citizen who comes and files a complaint and is really kind of left to their own devices. And if they happen to be lucky enough to have the time and the energy and the stamina to go through and study the law and try to figure out exactly what this means or that means or whatever, or what section I should use, they really get stuck. EOT exists to help who? City departments who for years have been dealing with this law and for some reason are still not understanding what the law means. So we send them to EOT, and EOT is supposed to help them. Who's there to help the citizen? No one I've seen.
Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment? There is no additional public comment at this time. Would you like to continue this matter to the call of the chair?
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Who would like to make that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any public comment on this motion? Okay, seeing none, without objection.
Next on the agenda, item number 14, file number 14030, amendment to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force complaint procedures.
I'm wondering if we couldn't continue some of these last items.
Yes.
So continue 14. I've reviewed the February and the March minutes. I have some comments. I don't know if other members have had a chance. If we can.
I had some issues with both set of minutes, but in particular, one of the items on the March minutes that we talked about earlier says the motion passed by the following vote, and it's blank. I think, rather than belabor it, I think we're better off just continuing 14 and 15 to next month.
Okay.
I don't think the world will end.
All right. We're being so good about keeping caught up with minutes, but let's...
We're trying.
Okay.
Can someone else make the
So
motion?
can somebody make a motion to continue 14, 15, and...
I think we should talk about some parts of 16.
Oh, yeah, 14 and 15.
So moved.
Second.
Public comment? Seeing none, without objection.
Those items will be continued to the next meeting of the task force. I assume that Member Pilpel will give me the amendments for my considerations and correction.
As soon as possible.
Thank you. Item number 16, Administrative Support, Complaints, and Communications.
Can I, before you get into this, and I think we should, there was a comment in one of the complaints that was withdrawn. I think it was a comment from the Fire Commission Secretary that if we're going to hold other boards and commissions to having a bulleted list in their staff report. Thanks, Bruce.
Thank you.
Come by anytime. Rick, you too. If we're going to ask other boards and commissions to have a bulleted list on their staff report of things that are upcoming, that we should do the same. I agree with that, and so I would just suggest that the numbered items that we have here, the 1 through 8, not the details behind them, but request for community persons, hearing schedule, complaint submitted, blah, 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 that we include that on the agenda so that people have a reasonable understanding of things that might come up under the administrator's report, that we do that going forward.
I think that's a good idea. Victor, would that be, that's easy enough to cut and paste that in there?
No problem.
Okay, while I'm thinking of it, these are my edits for that.
Regarding the
Anyway,
administrator's report?
Yeah, thanks.
The hearing schedule is listed under item number 2. I would just like to confirm the membership for the April 19th Compliance and Amendments Committee. Currently, we have Member Eldon as the chair, and members Washburn and Haynes. I will confirm, I believe that Member Eldon already knows. I will confirm with Mr. Haynes.
Okay.
And I assume that Chair Washburn is still sitting as a member.
Mm-hmm.
The April 26th complaint committee.
April 11th is not happening.
There is no April 11th meeting at this time.
Okay.
I have tentatively scheduled an April 26th complaint committee meetings. I have enough complaints to actually schedule one. We haven't had one of these in a few months. Currently, we have Member Fisher as a member, and we need 2 additional members to sit on the complaint committee. Member Hinsey is not available. Are there any volunteers to sit on?
What's the date?
That'd be April 26th. That, I believe, is a Tuesday. I believe it'll take about approximately 2 hours. There'll be new complaints.
Out of town those days, Monday, Tuesday.
So are all the subcommittees on Tuesdays now? Is that...
Except for the EOTC, which is a Monday.
Okay. Wait. I don't really know what to do because I work Mondays and Tuesday evenings.
If we do not have any volunteers, we can put it off until the following month or schedule them for the EOTC meeting in May.
I'm available or would be available.
Put me down for the 26th and I'll try to get out of it. It's easier than getting out of Mondays.
Do I have a second volunteer? Okay, it'll be Member Fisher, Wolf, and Pilpil. In regards to communications...
and we're not, Chris, we're not doing EOT again until May because we didn't get it together last month.
Yes, and then I believe that brings up to another question regarding membership. Member Wolf is not able to meet on Monday, so we need to get a third member for the EOTC committee.
Or we could move it to Tuesdays. Do we have the room?
Well, The problem is that I really can't do Monday or Tuesday. I don't really know what I need to do here, but is there any way that we can change any of these things from being Monday or Tuesday?
Thursday.
Like the Wednesday that we
Currently,
don't meet?
those are the days that we have reserved for this room. It's very hard to get another day except for a Friday.
So what happens if our schedule can't permit a subcommittee?
Well, what we did last month was we ended up canceling the EOT meeting.
No, but I mean like...
What happens as a member if you can't do
Yes.
a committee?
Victor, can you look into other, Thursday and Friday and let us know?
Friday's plenty of availability.
In the past, we used to use a different room for the committee meetings.
I was going to say, do we need the whole setup?
I will look into some alternative dates that we can get on a regular basis.
Thanks.
Good. Thank you.
Even a different room. Yeah.
And we'll also see what the reappointments, what the membership of the task force is, and who's available.
So I believe
I have nothing against Member Wolf. We should make clear when members are being reappointed that people need to be available at some point. It doesn't have to be Mondays or Tuesdays, but needs to be available for committee meetings.
Any day but Monday and Tuesday are fine.
So I believe at this time it's prudent to not have a complaint committee on the April 26th date.
I think you said that you could get out for
try to get out of it, but
I believe we can still go forward with 2 members if it comes down to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I will maintain that schedule.
Okay.
So maybe Member Haynes or
I will put that out there.
We'll figure it out.
No, Member Haynes says we're trying to get him to come and trying to get him to come to
All right, well, we'll try.
compliance and amendments.
Anyway, 4 of you are not available that day.
Regarding communications this month, we received a letter from Alvin Johnson. He is complaining about departments, but he does not want to have a hearing before us, so it's not an official complaint at this time. We have the response from the city attorney's office regarding our memo regarding staffing of the task force and budgeting.
Let's talk about that for a second.
Yes.
So you saw the letter, perhaps, page 666 of the packet? Isn't that an interesting number for that?
Oh.
Page 666?
Yes. It's the work of... it's another one of those lovely letters that doesn't really say much of anything. So I didn't have time in the last couple of weeks to draft a response. I did call a few people. I've not called this Moira yet. I'm inclined to call her and discuss a little bit and draft a response for the task force to consider next month. I mean, I think our original letter, which is also in the packet, thank you, Victor, was thoughtful. We discussed this a couple of times and approved it back in like November, October or something. And it asked 3 questions about how much time we have allocated and how that works, whether the deputy can come to committee meetings, and would they reconsider their view on participation with the task force. This letter doesn't really answer that.
No, it's
another sort of...
I think it's probably boilerplate.
Or something.
Yeah.
So if it's agreeable to the body, I'll call her, we'll talk a little bit, and I'll try to draft something. I mean, I think we need answers to those questions in writing so that we know how further to proceed, whether it's the amendments or other routes. I mean, I think we've got to, as I said earlier, work on rebuilding this relationship, and I don't know that was the most helpful thing from them. I'm trying. I mean, I don't know what else to do.
Go for it. Yeah.
Member Wolf's got another idea?
It's not another. I mean, I read this letter. I don't think this letter is a boilerplate. I think this letter is saying, no, we're not going to do anything to help you, but we're not going to actually put that down on paper.
Okay.
Like, it's not boilerplate. It was written specifically to say, like, we'll help you do with whatever we're going to do already. Like, it's basically like polite FU.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I'd like to know why the city attorney's budget is shrinking right now. That's interesting.
Well, as I learned since we got this and talked to some more folks, apparently non-general fund departments like MTA and PUC have a specific line item in their budget for city attorney work, and it's by work order. The other city departments that are under the general fund, there's some big general fund pot of money that's like $2 or $3 million a year for legal services, and the city attorney sort of allocates that money and time to the Board of Supervisors, the mayor, and everybody else, and we get a piece of that pie. When we want more or need more time or need more advice, they sort of give us a little more, but they don't really tell us what we've got to begin with, and it's not. There isn't a set budget. I mean, we get sort of like a full-time Victor or a backup Victor, but we don't get like a full-time Nick or a backup Nick. We get sort of as much Nick as we need and that they decide that we need. That's what I understand so far. And I haven't found anything in writing.
And we've asked for something in writing that doesn't exist.
And the more I ask, the more annoyed they get that they've done everything they can and blah, 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 and I get into a thing with Matt Dorsey. So I'm trying to find another way here. There's got to be another way, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll keep trying, I guess.
Oh, we'll get the new ordinance passed.
Street protest?
I'll go sit on a bunny or something. I don't know. Anyway, that was my update on that. Thank you. I'll try some more. I feel slightly empowered. Moving on,
we're down to 26 complaints.
And I'm sorry, I think the Rec Park letters were actually not new, but not relevant for this meeting, but relevant to the follow-up at compliance on the Aldrich or Horton complaints. But that's fine. Anyway, I'm done.
We have our number of pending complaints has dropped from 31 down to 26. And I believe that concludes my report.
So in terms of workload, that's something we've done well with.
And you should point that out in the report.
Mm-hmm.
I did.
Yeah.
I sent you both.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think it's totally under control, but I think it's better.
Oh, yeah.
And it requires
That's-
active management.
Oh.
What's the next item, Mr. Clerk?
There are no actions for the administrator's report, so moving on. And there's no members of the public in the room.
Sorry.
There is a member of the public, but he does not wish to speak at this time.
Very good. Okay. All right. Who is that member of the public? I mean, I'm
He's
curious.
a potential applicant to the task force.
Oh, excellent.
I hope he's not been dissuaded by
This should have done it then.
Still alive?
5 hours of us sitting here getting.
Oh, my God.
Item number 17, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items.
I wanted to talk about Member Chopra. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to do that. I think it is. I saw the letter that Victor sent to him. His term expired in April. He wishes to continue on.
Right, yes.
Do we have the power to reject that wish and just recommend to Board of Supervisors to be removed? That would be my recommendation.
Well, the Board of Supervisors is well aware that this person has not been attending meetings. I don't know what else we can do.
I think we can write a strongly worded letter saying, documenting everything that's happened. The fact that his term expired a year ago, we're about to go into fresh elections. We want to just add this one to the mix because there's people that sit here for 5 hours that are interested in being here.
Right.
Wait, so he hasn't been here for a year, but he's applied to say he wants to be on the new term?
I asked him, because the statement of economic interests were due, if he wanted to continue as a member of the task force, or if he wanted to withdraw, or resign from the task force.
So I think we need to send a letter saying we would welcome your resignation letter at this point. I mean, what else do we have to do? Because it's just ridiculous.
We have one issue in that New California Media or New America Media has not responded to my request for a new nomination.
Actually, Yeah, I don't know where this stands, but Society for Professional Journalists said that they would be happy to take over this nominating function, finding somebody to represent that
I'm not
in a minority media.
You could do that with the amendments, but under the current read of the ordinance, it's up to Sandy.
Yeah.
Unless
SPJ
SPJ
could do
somehow
the legwork.
creates that relationship.
Right.
Could they not join?
As long as there's a letter from Sandy that says they recommend or they nominate.
They're trying to figure out some way to take care of this.
Well,
You can talk to Rick about it.
Okay. The letter from Sandy is the magic thing. I'd be interested in seeing the correspondence back and forth. I hear that there is a thing. So that's cool.
I mean, I'm happy to write a letter to that effect if that'll be helpful.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would suggest on this that the next steps are to include something about it in the annual report so that it's documented and there. And when those of us are up for reappointment, we should just say, we're doing the work and showing up. We've got this one person who was appointed and hasn't.
Yeah, but quite honestly, I mean, it makes us look pretty ineffective if we can't handle our own housekeeping.
It's not up to us.
There are processes in place for us to enforce this.
We've gone through those processes.
All we do is notify the member and notify the board. The Board of Supervisors can take action to remove a member. And they haven't.
So we need to write maybe a stronger letter or a second letter.
Or again, call it out during the reappointment process. That's all I can think of. But it's not like we're removing them and replacing them with nobody helps. We need to get a live body with a pulse that'll show up.
But we're just about to go through election, so it'd be good to get it.
I understand. I'm not.
Yeah.
Are there any other comments or announcements?
Go ahead.
This will be my last task force meeting. It's been fun serving with everybody. You all are doing.
That's a bit of a shock. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, my term's over. I said I would serve for 2 years, and I do not intend to serve beyond that. I'll leave San Francisco transparency issues to all of you in San Francisco.
Yeah.
But, we're doing tough, thankless work here. So you all should be happy, but there's also a lot that we could do to make the task force work more smoothly, and I think our efforts should be focused on that going forward.
But we will get that edit from you, right?
That I promise you is my last
crowning achievement.
Crowning achievement or whatever it will
Parting
be.
gift.
Yeah, it will be my parting gift to
all right.
task force.
There have been other gifts, too, along the way.
Well,
Other
we're gonna miss
memos you've written that have been helpful to us.
Feel free not to be a stranger. You don't have to come by, but if you see something that you think we should know about, please send it to Victor. And
likewise, have some transparency help, but
All right.
I hope our paths may cross again.
likewise.
Through the chair, could we ask the member of the public just to introduce himself, since he's been waiting so patiently, if he wants to? He seemed like he moved closer to the microphone.
I did, but that was primarily to find out how typical this commitment was and to ask one of you afterwards what sort of other involvement is necessary so I actually meet it should I take it on.
Okay.
Mental health counseling.
But I don't need to take all of your time up with that question right now.
That's right. We can answer. What's your name?
My name is Lauren Williams.
Lauren Williams. I'm glad you stuck it out tonight with us. I could probably answer that question real quick.
Sure, yeah.
So we have these meetings once a month. They can run rather long. And then there's usually one or two subcommittees, as we were talking on Mondays or Tuesdays, that last about an hour and a half, probably hour and a half. So that's a total time commitment. 4 to 5 hours once a week, once a month for the main, and then maybe once. President's every other month, isn't it? Are we going to go back to monthly?
We're currently on every other month for committees.
Yeah. Okay, so every other month you'd be on a smaller committee, which would be maybe a 1 to 2 hour commitment. So on average, 6 to 7 hours per month.
Plus,
Thank you.
Plus
Plus
about 4
reading.
hours to read the material.
Right,
Yes.
yeah, at least. And then any sort of other work that you get roped into from time to time.
Have you had any other experience at this kind of, serving on commissions or committees? Or
Charles.
Not on a government agency. I serve on the board of a nonprofit that I helped found, and I worked for Granicus, who is probably recording this right now.
Okay.
So I'm a fan of open government and have sat through many public meetings as a part of it, just not this one before.
Well, then you're qualified. I'd say baptism by fire. Nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you too.
Is there anything else?
Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Without objection.
The meeting is adjourned.